This is the education meeting of May 28th, 2026. That is embedded in the regular monthly meeting that is reconvened and called to order at 7:17 p.m. at Memorial Middle School Media Center, 1200 First Street, Fair Lawn, New Jersey. There are 9 members of the public in attendance. Can I get a roll call?
Dr. Bertolini, for the record, Dr. Bertolini is absent.
Let the record show that Dr. Bernalini had a work event.
Ms. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Leah,
Present.
Ms. Fivelovich,
Present.
Ms. Koroliva,
Present.
Ms. Kusoy,
Present.
Mr. Rosenberg,
Here.
Mr. Santana,
Present.
Mrs. Mahan.
Present.
We have quorum.
The New Jersey Open Public Meeting Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of the public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with provisions of this act, the Fair Lawn Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof distributed to the persons on the approved list, posted in the Board of Education Administrative Office, and sent to the Bergen Record and the Herald News. The announcement posted for the regular monthly meeting, along with the date, place, and time thereof, was originally distributed and advertised on January 8th, 2026. Please join me in the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Dr. Dionisio, I defer to you for our State of the Schools.
Well, good evening, Board. Good evening, members of the public and our administration who is here with us this evening. We are at the point in the year where we have the State of Our Schools presentation, which is an overview of the 3 district goals and strategies that support each of those goals. The Board and members of the public who've tuned in know that we do this twice a year. In February, we do the mid-year update, but in May, we do the full conclusion. And I would just like to thank Mrs. Keller, Mrs. DeFranco, Mr. Cruz, our entire administrative team, all of the administrators and supervisors who are here with us, and all of our faculty and staff who make all of these goals possible. And we're very, very proud of the progress. And tonight is about providing an update as to the status of those projects. And being able to then take any questions.
Up 5% from last year, quite a big increase. We have, a little less than 20 or so percent students with disabilities and about 6% multilingual learners. We're a very diverse community. You can see across the bottom between our white population, Hispanic, Asian, and whatnot. So we have quite a melting pot in our district. Along those lines, every single year, our high school creates something called a profile sheet. This is created by the high school team, along with Mr. Gatilla, who is here tonight, our supervisor of high school counseling. And these are the highlights for colleges to be aware of our high school. So some highlights from this past year's profile sheet, 93.5% AP passing rate, 157 AP scholars, 12 national merit commended students, which relates to their PSATs. Looking at the post-secondary pathways, districts highlight the various different options that students are, going toward post-graduation. About 80% or so, a little more than that, of our students are moving on to some type of college, but we also have students going into military and trades and whatnot. And overall, top 7% public high school in the nation. So something to be very proud of, and these elements are things that we highlight for colleges, for our students, and helps for recognition for Fair Lawn. So we had come up with 3 goals last year in our work. We collected feedback from the community, feedback from administration and teachers, and we dialed in on 3 goals, and we're going to dive into those 3 goals tonight. The first goal deals with empowering pathways to excellence. We have a very high bar in Fair Lawn. We want our students to do very well academically. We look and strive for excellence, and that goal is about looking to challenge our students at the highest level we can. So we're going to dive into that one in a little bit. Along those lines, while we care very much about academics, we recognize and we educate the entire child. So that second goal is about cultivating belonging and community and looking at all of the different data. We talked about performance report data, but looking at other elements of data that we can look at within our schools to ensure that we are encouraging this sense of community and the various different pieces of that. And then finally, we do a lot of work to build sustainable foundations. So as a district, long-term financial planning, as well as a board, looking at our financial planning, that's important work, and we wanted that to be reflected in these goals. So for our first goal, we had 3 specific strategies that we wanted to look at to ensure a pathway to excellence. And we're going to be joined here tonight as well with Mr. Gatilla. I don't know if you want to come up, and Ms. Gons are going to be talking with me about some of these elements here. So the first of which is the middle school and the high school schedule optimization. So looking at the schedule, we reflected, we researched, we looked at various different options, and we really studied. This was a very intentional year of really diving in and looking at that information. A second goal is INRS. That's something we've seen in the past. Early intervention, looking as soon as possible to identify students that have additional needs and getting them what they need, whether that be academic or behavioral, but ensuring that we are giving them what they need. And then lastly, MTSS, that is another similar goal that we have had, and that's about looking at our layered supports for our students to ensure that we are getting all of our students to meet at their levels. So whether they are achieving and we're trying to get them to exceeding, or whether they're below grade level at that moment, we're looking to get them on grade level. So that is our first goal. And the first piece of this is we're going to really dive into the middle school and the high school schedules. So changing schedules take time. Many of us are educators or have children in schools or worked in schools. And so with that, you have to do your research. So this year was really about working with committees, doing our research, doing our due diligence, learning as much as we can. We went through professional development, analyzing our different structures to really see what are our options and what are we available to do. So we had a core team. We have many of our administrators here, supervisors, principals, part of this conversation. We came up with middle school scheduling committees. High school had structures for this. They have an academic council. They also have teacher committees that they work with within the building that was able to have these conversations. And so this was discussions throughout the year. And not everything is gigantic change. Some things are what can we do, and that's what we're going to highlight at the bottom in terms of things we were able to change this year already. So I'm joined here with Mr. Gatilla, who is the supervisor of counseling. So along with the high school team and whatnot, he's going to highlight some of the things that we put into place for this year.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anthony Gatilla. I'm the supervisor for school counseling and student wellness. I have helped, in terms of the schedule. I do a lot of the work to put it together for the following school year at the high school level. And this year we added, so some of the things down at the bottom, the updates. We added AP seminar for English 10. That was an additional AP level English class that students can take. Before that, they could only do AP for 11th and 10th grade for their English requirement. and now we've added that as a 10th grade option as well. Next year, we are adding AP Pre-Calculus to the options for our students for the math track. We are shifting our math lab, which is designed to support students to make sure that they are prepared to take all the state and standardized testing that is required, that pairs it with their personal financial literacy graduation requirement. So that way they are getting the math support that they need, but also obtaining one of their graduation requirements so that they're not, sometimes they felt like that year was holding them back from progressing towards their graduation diploma. This gives them both of those things at the same time. The Global Supply Chain is a CTE program that we added the past 2 years. We had levels 1 and 2, and next year we have reached, we've gotten students to the point where they're ready to do the 3rd level, which would complete that program for them. So that is a new class next year. And then we reordered the history progression. So instead of doing Modern World History as freshmen and then US 1 and 2, the students will come into high school in 9th grade and do US History 1, then US History 2, which means that now 9th graders can take AP US History 2. They can take the US History AP exam at the end of 10th grade, and they can take AP World History as 11th graders to fulfill their graduation requirement. Whereas before, the 9th graders who were taking World History did not have AP as an option, and it would have to have been an elective in 11th or 12th grade. So now that will open that up for many more students who will end up taking the AP World class. In creating the schedule for next year, I have really meticulously gone through all of the classes that only run once a day. So that's what the singleton courses are. So courses that only have enough students for one section, one teacher to run the course each day, to make sure that any students who are taking those classes can take as many of those classes as possible without them conflicting with one another. And then through the special education program, we are adding the ERI program, which is designed really to ensure students who have difficulty coming into school have a place to go where they can, it's a little bit more flexible. They can come, have a looser schedule. They have a home base that feels less intimidating than, the whole building at large. And we can really work with them to keep them on track so that they don't, fall behind for whatever reason. And then in terms of the middle school schedule change, reworking all of that, we've worked, like Mrs. Keller said, we've really discussed that a lot throughout the year as an administration, looking, surveying the staff to figure out what our priorities are going to be in terms of if we want to change those middle school bell schedules so that we can offer everything that our students need there. And then we have plans to visit other middle schools in the area to see what they're doing, see what they like, see what we can improve upon or borrow to create our new schedules.
Thank you. There's such a depth of knowledge and working in the systems to ensure it run efficiently and give our students the most opportunities they can have. Moving on to our second strategy, INRS, Intervention and Referral Services. So I'm actually going to bring back Mr. Gatilla because he has really spearheaded this and done so much, so I think it would be best coming from him.
Okay, so coming up as a counselor at the high school, I've worked a lot with the intervention and referral services throughout my years here, and one of my goals as the supervisor was to streamline that process, to make sure that each of our schools are doing it the same way, so that as students progress through our district, we can really track their progress and their, what they need. So one of the things I did was I created a new packet document for teachers and counselors to use when they're referring students to the INRS committee. It makes sure that everybody is providing the same information. It makes sure that teachers are utilizing interventions before they make a referral to make sure that they're in contact with parents so that everybody is on the same page. Once they submit the packet, it is able to be uploaded into Genesis so that teachers can see what the plan is going to be, and so that as the students progress through their grades, we can always look back at the plans that they may have had in the past. So when they come up to one of the middle schools, the counselors can see that a student might have had an INRS plan in second grade, that, you know, they went through the plan, they accomplished their goals, they moved on from the plan, they haven't had it in a few years, but now they're struggling again. We can kind of go back and see the history of where they might have been struggling before and use that in order to create a new plan that is more effective than if we were starting from scratch without that information. And then, you know, continuously training all of our teams, our faculty, to make sure that they really understand what they can do for students within the classroom, you know, what the different levels of intervention can be, whether it's an INRS plan, 504 plans and IEPs, what, you know, distinguishes one from the other, and how they can best support their students within the classroom. And then expanding Tier 1 supports across all classrooms. So the next steps for supporting the teachers there are really providing them with more tools and interventions that they can use on their own before even making a referral to the INRS committee. And I don't know if you want to talk about some of the other things.
And then finally, COGAT is one of our assessments that we give to students in third grade, and it's one of the things that we use to assess for gifted and talented, one of the data points that we utilize. But that platform has really expanded over the years, and there's a lot of actionable insights and data from that platform that we are going to receive training for next year. So not just our G&T team, but also our INRS teams and our coaches, so that on those data days, we have more data to look at to see areas of maybe how the student's brain or how their learning works in the different areas that can help us target skills for those students. So in addition to DIBELS and our math benchmarks, we're now also going to have another level of data that we can look at. All right, our third strategy under the first goal is MTSS, our multi-tiered systems of supports. And I'm going to turn this over to our principal of Warren Point, Mrs. Gons.
Thank you, Mrs. Keller. And before I start with the slide, I have to thank Mr. Gatilla for all his work with INRS as elementary principal. We really appreciate you streamlining the process, and I know not just as an elementary principal, but everyone, it really has made a lot of difference, so thank you. In terms of our goal with the multi-tiered systems of support, we have some updates. The first is a focus grant application, and that was spearheaded and found by Mrs. Keller and worked on with Dr. Pankowitz and his team. And that really is surrounded, that concerns the DIBELS, which is our universal screener that we use in district. And the DIBELS monitors those foundational reading skills. So everything from like the letter recognition to decoding, encoding, all the way to reading comprehension. And the first grant that they received, not just one, but 2 grants. The first, we were able to expand it from K-1 to grade 2, which is amazing. And that second grant allowed us to expand it even more, which I will talk about when we talk about the elementary classroom level literacy. But the DIBELS is a wonderful universal screener that we use. It's also aligned with Boost, which we use in K-1, our ML, and our special ed classrooms. And Boost is a program that helps students that need those supports in those foundational literacy skills. So again, I'm gonna get a little more into DIBELS and how we use that when we talk about those elementary classroom level literacy data analysis, as well as the next slide. But also in our high school, one of our MTSS supports was the IXL pilot, and Mrs. Gaman, our math supervisor, along with Mrs. Lebonsky, who was there before when Ms. Gaman was on maternity leave, they piloted IXL in the high school, and that was for the middle of the year and what will be coming soon, the end of the year benchmark assessment. Now, what's so wonderful about IXL is it actually mirrors the NJSLA in the sense where the new NJSLA is adaptive, and IXL is as well. And when those benchmarks were given at the middle of the year and will be given at the end of the year, students will actually get targeted skills that they can work on. And it's based on those individual skills. So that's something that they can then use and practice, and it's tailored for them based on how they performed on those benchmarks. And as I said, going back to the elementary classroom level literacy data analysis and that targeted tier 1 instruction, based on those DIBELS assessments that were given, teachers as well as, so classroom teachers as well as our intervention teachers, even our ML teachers and the principals at the elementary level met for data analysis days. And we looked at that DIBELS data, and what we were able to do was, based on that data, we were able to get targeted skills that individual students could work on. So classroom teachers could use that and work on that during small group instruction. Intervention teachers could use that. But also, which was great, is we were also able to get classroom-wide interventions. So during whole group instructions, the classroom teachers could use that DIBELS data and could work on classroom-wide interventions. So it's not just at this larger classroom level, it was targeted to each individual student as well. So that was amazing. And as we know, some of the best teaching comes out when all of these great minds come together. So you have the principal, the intervention teachers, the classroom teachers, everyone looking at that data, working together, looking at that DIBELS and creating those plans, not just for the class, but for each individual student in the class. So that was amazing, and that I can speak to because I was part of those data days. At the high school, something else that's amazing, again, as we said, when great minds come together, you have the best teaching and learning. So the SCIP committee at the high school, and the SCIP committee, if you don't know what that is, that drives professional development. Each school has a SCIP committee, and they meet and they talk about professional development that's going to happen through the year. So one thing at the high school that they saw was that they wanted to focus on that student engagement, differentiation for each student, and equitable assessments. So what they decided was, we have these amazing people at the high school. Why not see those teachers that excel in those areas? And what they did was they created like a survey. So they asked teachers, who is great in these areas? Who is willing to have other teachers come into your classroom to observe and to learn? So they created that, the teachers signed up, and then other teachers, they'd say, hey, I'd love to learn more about classroom management or differentiation. And they signed up, they went into each other's classrooms, they observed, they learned, and they discussed after. And the best part was there was a reflection piece after. What did you take away? What can we learn from? What are you going to use in your classroom? And that's something that they've done this year and that they're going to continue to do. Also, throughout the district, K-12, with our ML population, our ML teachers, along with Mrs. Lopez, our ML supervisor, they created in district a monitoring tool to see how the students were doing. And then based on that data, they're going to look at it and they're examining it, and it's based on those 4 domains from the access testing, which is speaking, reading, writing, and listening. And what they are doing is, based on that data, they're able to take that, see where their students performed, what they may need to work on, what they excelled in, and what they're going to do is share strategies with the general education teachers throughout the district in all subjects K to 12 to help our ML learners. And again, that was created in district, in-house, by our teachers and Mrs. Lopez. So that's amazing. So in summary, all of our MTSS supports, we've maximized not only district and title funding, but our own people, our own minds, and that great brain trust that we have here in Fairlawn. And we're able to increase student intervention time in all buildings. And again, that's through that tier 1, also, and in all tiers, but especially that tier 1 in that classroom. We've also integrated benchmarks into data team meetings and staff training, which again, we've done that this year and we will continue to do that. And also going on that, I just pressed that to go. One of our highlights we'd like to show is, as I spoke about that DIBEL, the DIBELS assessment, and those data days especially, you can see the growth that we've had in our K to 3 literacy. So if you look to the right, you know, those highlights, up 10% in grade 1, that growth from the beginning of the year to that middle of the year, and that 5% reduction in those most intensive needs on the bottom. So if you just see, you may not be able to see the numbers, because if you're like me, even with my glasses, I can't really see those percentages. But if you look at the colors, we want our students to be in that green and blue. And if you look from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year in all of our grades, K to 3, we've increased that blue and green percentage, and that yellow and red is decreased, which is what we want to see. And again, that's really a testament to all of the hard work from our classroom teachers, intervention teachers, our principals, and all of our classroom teachers and staff that have really focused on those tier 1 interventions that we have been able to receive through the DIBELS and our M-Class, because what happens is once the students take those assessments, they are given targeted instruction and different things that they can do, different activities that they can do to strengthen those skills that they need, those specific students. And again, also those classroom interventions. So, and there's also parent letters that go home, so even at home, parents can work on different things. And it really is a testament to Fairlawn and what happens when teachers, parents, and the community work together, and we're very proud of that.
Thank you, Mrs. Gons. All right, so bringing back something we actually spoke about a few months ago, our NJSLA statewide assessment. So we had gone through a very comprehensive presentation on this, and we already know these numbers and how we compare to district factor group, and the comprehensive analysis that Dr. Dionisio and the team did on this. But one of the things that actually came out afterwards was the state did its presentation, and we were able to compare subgroups for the state, compare to us as well, and we outperformed in every single one of those areas. Additionally, something new the state did this year, at least in my knowledge, was they actually shared the county averages. So we were able to look at that. And so what you see, the red bar is Fairlawn, the gray bar is Bergen County, and then the black is New Jersey. And so you can see that we are very much so outperforming not just our district factor group, which we had done in depth last time, but as well our even just local peers. And I can just speak to in the state, in language arts, Bergen County is the highest performing district in the state. And in mathematics, it's Bergen County along with 2 other districts. So we are the highest performing district. So even when we only look at the high of the high, we're still outperforming them. And especially in mathematics, we're outperforming by 18%, right? It's quite significant. So this all ties in because all of our hard work with INRS and MTSS is about targeting and meeting the needs of our children and doing that sustained periods of time. These aren't new flashy goals. These are things we've been working on and continue to evolve and add more things to year after year, and the growth shows. So, this data is part of last year's results, but it's just continued growth on that information. I think it's always important to look at it and see it in many different ways and to see where we can improve and also really where we're shining. And then last, to end this goal, the performance report came out, and one of the things that many of us did that day was dove into the data. And so we just want to highlight a few things because there's really a lot to celebrate with that. So the performance reports is very comprehensive amounts of data. So one thing that we often look at is test scores, but performance report also look at not just test scores, well, NJSLA, DLM, access proficiency, attendance, graduation rates for high school, various different elements are boiled down to a single number. But it also doesn't just look at your grade level average. It looks at the various different subgroups that you have within that grade. So you need to make sure not just your average is doing well, you have to make sure your subgroups are also doing well. So they take all of that information and they boil it down to a number, 1 to 100. And then they say, okay, if you're in elementary school, compare it to other elementary schools, and what percentile are you? Our elementary schools, every single one of them are in the 90th percentile for other comparable elementary schools. So they all had, significant amount of points, but as well, then when you compare them to other elementaries, they're in the 90s. Our secondary schools, the high school was a 3-year high on their summative score. TJ had the highest proficiency in 3 areas, ELA, math, and our ELL population. And Memorial had really steady increases. They were up 3%, and then 3 points, and then 4%. So really great improvements all around K to 12. Growth, we had significant amount of growth. Westmoreland went up 32 points, was a significant increase in points. And it goes to show you, look, there's a lot of elements and there's factors that can sway a building, but hard work and intervention and areas where we can really dive in and control, we saw a great deal of growth. And I know that was such a level of pride for Westmoreland, Lindcrest, and Forest, because this was something that they all really do take seriously with the day-to-days and with, Dr. Pinkowitz and Ms. Gaman and, Ms. Lavansky and all of our coaches and whatnot that put so much work and our teachers into this. And then finally to highlight, which is so lovely that Ms. Gons is here, Warren Point was our district leader. They maintained the highest summative score and percentile. It is exceptionally hard when you have a score that's like 98 to stay at about that score, and they maintained being at the highest of the high. So congratulations and the hard work of yourself and your team. Such an amazing job. So this is really just to highlight, this is an impressive goal. This is so much work, and this is about meeting the needs of our kids, and this is the work that we really do. And it's really nice that this all came out the week before this meeting because we were able to kind of showcase all of that and to see it all coming together. All right, and now I turn this over to goal 2 with Mrs. DeFranco. Oh, no, I was like losing my...
Goal 2, just to recap, is cultivating belonging and community. We had 3 strategies within this goal as well. Community climate assessment was the first, probably about 2 weeks ago. Everyone in the district and also to our families at home received a climate survey to complete, and we will be reviewing those results. Strategy 2, we talked about a lot during our February recap, technology use and cell phone policy. We will talk about it again because of some recent changes. And strategy 3, inclusive access initiatives, something that we take great pride in Fairlawn. We have so many initiatives that surround inclusivity and acceptance and relationships for students. So that's always a wonderful part that we definitely like to highlight. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Gons, and she's going to talk about the New Jersey School Climate and Inclusion Survey.
Hello again. So as you know, we are in the midst of our NJ Sky survey, and that's something that is happening at all of the schools. So hopefully the parents in the audience, our staff, and our students have all taken the survey. It's concluding this week. And part of that survey, what you can see on the right side, those are all of the areas that the survey looks at: the academic culture and classroom practices, supportive student-staff relationships, supports for student social and emotional learning, behavioral expectations, negative student interpersonal behaviors, pro-social student interpersonal behaviors, student voice and involvement, sense of physical safety, leadership and support, organizational resources and supports, collegial support, family support and engagement, and student sense of belonging. Those are all very, very important. And you'll see with the different colors, some of those areas, those questions were asked just to staff, some to all, some to just students. And as we said, all of the schools are participating in the survey. And we are lucky in Fairlawn. Mrs. Keller had looked at and had saw that as part of this initiative with Rutgers, which the NJ Sky, the survey, is linked with, Fairlawn was able to obtain a grant, which is amazing. So Warren Point, myself, and Mr. Gorski at the high school, we are part of a cohort where we get to meet with Lori, who is part of Rutgers, and other staff there, where she's guiding us through all parts of the survey. And we were only able to have 2 schools part of it, but what's great about Fairlawn, as we know, is that collaboration. So when we go to these different workshops, which actually we had one today, we then are able to share with our administrative team all of that knowledge that we gain in terms of that survey. And what's amazing with that grant is they really kind of work with us on all of those steps. So like we said, the first step is really everyone taking that survey, which does close tomorrow for the students. The next steps is to analyze that survey data. And that's where that partnership that we were able to get with Rutgers really comes in. Because today, the one workshop that we had that was online really looked at how we are going to use that data to create SMART goals. Because we know that we need the voice of everybody. So we're going to see what the students said, what the staff said, what the parents said, and use that to create SMART goals and action plans, and really drive that climate in our schools. So that's what we are going to be looking at now that that survey closed, and look at that data and see areas we need to work on, what we're doing great, what we may need to work on, and from that, we can look at district goals. Again, because all of our schools participate in this, we can see trends. And is there something that we see across all of the schools? Then that could become our district goals for next year. And the great thing is we already have that data. And then we can use that to craft those goals. And we're gonna work with our teams at each school level to look at that and create school goals. Again, maybe some of them will coincide. Maybe there's things that we'll work on at each individual school. And that's what we're gonna be working on for the rest of the year and throughout the summer. So that in the fall, and I'm sure maybe at one of our board meetings at the fall, we will share all of that data with everyone, and we can highlight what we'll be working on at each school, and again, as the district. So thank you to everyone that did participate in the survey. We really are very appreciative, because we really will use that data to craft those goals and make sure that our schools continue to be the best of the best. Thank you.
So for our goal 2, strategy 2, is our technology use and cell phone policy. Earlier in the year, based on guidance from the state of New Jersey, the district adopted an electronic use policy in the winter of 2026. All of us can remember that, and I really thank again everyone at the building level, building principals, district administration, and supervisors, and all of our building-based committees for all of their input with that, and also for the board adoption of that policy. However, since that adoption, the state of New Jersey has changed the law surrounding electronic use and cell phone devices in schools. Therefore, once guidance is delivered to schools surrounding the suggested policy, and this typically comes out through an agency called Strauss Esme, which gives a lot of guidance and is the hallmark leader in terms of policy language, the district will adopt a revised policy this summer. So we're still awaiting that. We're told it should be coming out very soon, and we will be looking to do that before the school year starts. So we always have to be flexible. DOE guidance is always coming out, and laws do change, but we will be ready for that. And Something I love to talk about here is inclusive access and practice, and here are our highlights of the school year. One of the things that we're very proud of is our launch of Grade 9 in-class resource for science and social studies, which was implemented this school year. It is a co-teaching model for science and social studies, which was a landmark for the district. We have not had that before in those subjects, so we are definitely proud of that. And we also thank the board for the grade 10 expansion of this to be implemented next school year and for voting for that within the budget. Again, thank you. Definitely something that we could loop up and continue on for our students. We have also expanded our elective program with inclusion models and paraprofessional support. We did so this year also for our self-contained classes with STEM, Woods, and technology, and we're always looking on how to expand those opportunities for our students in self-contained so that they could have access to many electives that we may not have been able to offer before. I'm going to come back to unified sports. How about that? Okay? All right. Christy, were you going to talk about Peers for Peace? Okay. I like to put people on the spot, excuse me. Peers for Peace is a wonderful, wonderful group that we have, and it is spearheaded by our students. And our students from TJ visit Westmoreland in our self-contained classes and do various activities throughout the year, all different sorts of social activities, engaging activities, and they just really try and make connections, social connections, just like, true peer relationship connections, and all for a good cause. So we're real proud to have that. I'm really proud of Mr. Weaver and Mrs. Delaglio for doing this and for starting this, because making those kind of connections from the elementary level to the secondary level is really important for all students. It builds leadership capacity in our students, and it also helps our students with transition for the middle school process. So there's so many things that are wrapped up in Peers for Peace that I'm really proud of and really excited about. We are always working on No Place for Hate, and we do so with Heroes and Cool Kids at the high school. And this year we had something really lovely. It was a trade fair with about 24 tradespeople with union and local business owners, looping in different opportunities for our students. Mr. Gatilla before and Mrs. Keller talked about, pathways for our students and showed you a slide about all of our numbers. Our pathways can be different for students, and that's why, we felt like it was so important to have this. And now I'm going to bring up Mr. Escalante, and he's going to talk about unified sports.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. Good evening, everyone. Before I briefly talk about our expansion of unified sports, I also want to thank Natalie Ballin, our secondary special ed supervisor, for her partnership in all of this. But this year we were able to add a unified bowling team to our program, which was fantastic. And along those lines, we also were able to schedule and host competition versus other schools as well. We hosted a unified track meet this year on May 7th, which was fantastic. And then lastly, and almost most importantly, we were able to grow our unified partner population, which our partners are our general education students that work alongside our unified athletes. And we're really looking forward to exploring the option of adding flag next spring as well to the program. So we'll be looking at that. But it's been a great program, and we really appreciate everyone's support throughout. Thank you.
And one more piece to this, I was remiss before when I talked about the trade fair, probably because I got so excited about it. I want to thank Mr. Durso, because he was the one who really spearheaded that and brought that in. So really, thanks a lot to him. He was just magnificent in doing that, so thank you. And now I am going to kick this over to Mr. Cruz, who's going to talk about Goal 3.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So Goal 3 is building sustainable foundations. So one of the things that we look at here is the structure and the facilities that provide a warm and welcoming environment for our students and staff. In here, we basically look at the first piece. I'm not sure if folks remember, I want to refresh people's memory from last year when we had our Architect Solutions present a facility study. In that facility audit, we saw this huge number, and it's 270 million. In comparison to, if we think about our capital projects and what the great work that this board has done over the years of actually building a reserve, the reserve is actually not even close to this 270 million. So right now, our reserves is probably an eighth of that number. So in reality, if tomorrow we wanted to go out and tackle every single need in the district, we wouldn't be able to. So we have to be strategic in what and how we address this. So one of the things I just want you to look at these large, big numbers real quick. The first one is the 270 of the total overall projects, construction, and soft costs associated with these projects. The next number, that 91.7 million, is the potential debt service aid that the district will be will potentially have access to. And what that means is that with that debt service aid, the total cost is only 177.2 million. When we look at the 4 priorities of the framework, we look at our priority 1 needs in the district when it comes to the capital needs. And that's anything that's immediate, anything that's health and safety related, that is urgent, and it's really something that we need to address quickly. So those are the priority 1 category of types of projects. Then we have priority 2, which is short-term needs. Think of it as low-hanging fruits that are big needs in the district, but it's something that we could actually potentially do pretty quickly versus planning for it and in the course of multiple years. Priority 3 will probably be a medium term, and then priority 4 is going to be your long-term improvements, things that we'll look at in a 5-year plan or further out. This encompasses all the buildings in the district. So we have 10 school buildings. We also have our community school location at Bergen Avenue, which also house building, grounds, and transportation. The next steps, so the question might be, what are we doing with this facility study? So the next steps in implementation, we have in front of us the audit that was presented by the architects. There's going to be a few pathways of how we could actually potentially cover the cost of many projects. The first one, which this board has taken action on in the prior months, was utilizing capital reserves for capital improvement projects. That's one option. The other option is going out for a referendum. A third option is doing potentially ROD grants that's offered by the state. And the fourth option is building it in within our budget, which we have a combination of certain projects being built into the FY 27 to 26, 27 school year, along with our cap reserves. So the next steps that we're taking on from Finance and Buildings and Grounds is meeting in our committee. We're going to be discussing this at our next month's committee, where we will have conversation on what those projects are going to look like and which ones we're are looking for tackling and building a phase-in of a 5-year plan that will address these needs. With that, I'll pass it over to Dr. Dionysio.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. In addition to last year's facility study with Solutions Architects, we also had a demographic analysis that was done last year to track enrollment and the enrollment trends in the district. That looked out based as well on live birth studies, based on children that were most recently born and residing in Fairlawn, to try to paint a picture of what enrollment could look like. What you're going to see here is actual numbers. So these numbers can deviate and likely will deviate. These are our current students who are in the district today in grades K through 11, or K through 12. Our seniors will be graduating within the month. And incoming kindergarten students as well. So we're able to do our own analysis and projection, which we do quarterly, semi-annually, to anticipate what our building enrollment will be each year, but also what our class and grade level enrollment would be, especially at the elementary level, right? Because our students are more or less self-contained within a grade 1 or a grade 2 classroom most of the day until they go to specials. So these are the overall trends. At the bottom, the caveat is that these can fluctuate, right? So it can fluctuate because we don't know how many kindergartners will be here in 5 years because they haven't been born yet. We also don't know if we would get a massive influx of students who have moved into Fair Lawn. That happened over the past 10 years, and there was great migration into the Fair Lawn Public Schools, and we increased enrollment by approximately 1,000 students over the course of maybe a 7 to 10 year period. That trend is not continuing. So at this point, we're fairly stabilized, and you can see that with the red line on the graph at the bottom. The red line on the 7-year district enrollment projection that we did, that one there is specific to our current elementary students working their way through middle school and into the high school over the next 7 years based on the children who are currently in the Fair Lawn schools. So you could see that in 2026, 2027, 3449, I know it's difficult to see, I almost have these numbers memorized at this point, 3449 next year between both middle schools and high school. So the high school is approximately 1,700 students. The middle schools combined, approximately 1,700 students. That number is fairly stable. The peak is 3,470 in 2 years. The delta, the spread from over the next 7 years from the lowest to the highest is only 53 students. So that tells us, based on our current students, our buildings have the capacity to handle the enrollment. That does not mean that there are not other needs for our buildings, because we have, in some of our buildings, lunch capacity issues, because the cafeterias were built decades ago and they're very small, so we have to make accommodations with utilizing the auditoriums. And it also does not take into effect the program delivery, the specific programs that we offer. So while the school, let's say Fair Lawn High School, can handle 1,700 students with the number of bodies in the building, the number of courses, the singleton courses, the special programs that we offer are much more diverse today than they were 20 and 30 years ago. So because of that, that has an impact on the schedule. So overall, our buildings can handle the students that are currently here, but we will continue to evaluate and evolve our classroom spaces and make determinations and recommendations to the board if any long-term construction projects would be necessary. The Board of Education and the administration recently, during the board retreat in April, did facility tours of the 2 middle schools and the high school to at least begin to see the spaces. So existing spaces will need renovation as well. And going back to our enrollment numbers, you can see that at the middle school and high school, the fluctuations down 21 at the middle schools combined, or up 14 at the high school, that's de minimis, right? Very little impact. It's fairly flat. By looking at the elementary school, you would think, wow, down 104 students, that's a lot of students. Well, there are 38 sections currently of grades K through 4. So that averages less than 3 children per classroom. That does not change actually the number of sections. So while enrollment is down about 100 students for next year, why? Because we have a big 4th grade moving on up to the middle school. It doesn't change the number of sections. So at this point in time, the number of sections for next year is consistent with the number of sections we have this year. One other caveat that I want to share, and we deal with this every year. Our elementary principals know this well, the number of students who will move into town over the summer, and especially into the elementary schools, that can have quite an impact on the classroom size. And we can't control when people move and when they register. And what we also have is the kindergarten registrations. And we encourage families to register early so we can make these planning decisions with the number of sections in, say, kindergarten at each school to have modest, manageable class sizes. I think many of you remember what happened about 5 or 6 years ago, and that was a global pandemic. And there is a spike in live births that happened in 2021. So we are actually anticipating a slight increase. We don't know what that is yet, but that trend is occurring across the region. At this point in time, we make theoretical assumptions, and what we are planning for is the same number of students in kindergarten next year that we have this year. Why do we do that? Because it's a lot easier to plan for that, to make some minor adjustments up with additional sections if need be. So we won't really know our true firm numbers until August, and even then, there are times that we have families that are registering their children in September and October. And then to take the broader picture around Goal 3 with facilities and our other goals, this is really all integrated together. So what we're showing you here is there's really one question that we're looking at when we're talking about the space within our buildings, where our students and our staff attend every single day for teaching and learning. And it's a matter of the facility capacity, how many children, how many bodies can we hold in those buildings every day? What do those classrooms also look like with capacity and the number of sections? And then what do our programs have in the delivery that's important? What does it look like when we're taking a look at the lunchroom capacity? Can a schedule redesign, which we're looking at the middle schools and high school, also assist with and alleviate some of the pressure in our current schedule and in our buildings that allow us to be able to more positively and effectively impact our students and reducing class size? And then we have those demographic projections that I talked about earlier for our demographer last year and the areas that we're examining. And what we'll do is we examine that demography study against our actual enrollment numbers several times a year, because we want to make sure that we're planning ahead for the future. At this point in time, we do not see, based on our current enrollment, any major spike, but with housing developments, with people renovating homes and taking maybe a 2 or 3 bedroom home and converting it into a 4 or 5 bedroom home, more children migrating into town and attending our schools, that makes a big difference, and we have to plan accordingly for that. Overall, looking at our staff capacity and professional learning, it's all driven by our district goals and objectives. We're going to continue providing our professional development for our staff and partnering with them for mental health supports, the areas of differentiation that you heard today, work around multisensory approach to literacy, to spelling, to speaking, to reading and writing, multilingual language learners, and providing PSYOP training for our teachers, and continuing to build upon the amazing work that has happened here in Fair Lawn for many, many years. And without any further ado, let's make sure that this works. We have a little video of our students that we wanted to round out the presentation on.
I am proud of our school's commitment to inclusivity and progress from student-led initiatives to district-wide programs.
We're not just kind, we go up higher to that next level, where instead of being a bystander, you're an upstander.
I really like inspiring students throughout the district, especially the elementary schools, because they're our next generation.
Teach them what No Kiss for Hate stands for, so when you come to middle school, you know that there are people there for you.
Teaching little kids when to ride the bird, to be kind to other people. I think it's such an important lesson.
I got to read to my little brother in his class, so
So I am going to turn it over to our board president, Mrs. Mahan, in a moment, but I just want to thank our administrative team, our supervisors, our faculty and staff for all of the amazing work that they do each and every day to make all of this possible. And we would be remiss if we didn't thank all of our parents for all of your support, not only of your children, but everybody else's children and of our schools. It means an awful lot. And thank you to the Board of Education for your tireless service and for all of the work and commitment and the support that you provide as well. Mr. Cruz, Mrs. Keller, Mrs. DeFranco, thank you for a wonderful presentation along with our administrators tonight. And I'll turn it back over to Mrs. Mahan.
Dr. Dionisio, Ms. DeFranco, Ms. Keller, Mr. Cruz, Ms. Gons, Mr. Gatia, and Mr. Escalante. I think I got everyone. Thank you. I will now open it up to the board for any questions or comments. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody for a wonderful presentation and for being wonderful educators and leaders. I am excited to say that I am a proud parent of Westmoreland alumni who made the greatest point jump. So I'm not shocked by that. The educators there are second to none, and I tell anyone who will listen. I'm also a proud parent from Memorial who also continues to strive and be the best. And I'm really excited and honored to have my children there. Mrs. Gons, congratulations. I'm not surprised as I witnessed your excellence as my police academy leader, 19th class, so represent. I'm not shocked by that. Congratulations. I also completed my climate survey as a parent. So I'm excited, and I would like to know more about the tech ed STEM-based programs for the Bridges students that you highlighted. I just wanted to hear more about that if that's possible. I'm excited to see ICR in 9th and 10th grade science and social studies. I know our small committee really worked hard for the last couple years to get that into effect. So it's nice to see that come to fruition. I'm so excited to hear about the trade fair and showcasing different pathways that our students can take because I recently just read an article about how the new AI data centers are in desperate need for electricians. So I've told both of my sons that they need to now become electricians because that doesn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. I just want to highlight too, I just want to thank Mr. Escalante for your support with Unified Sports. As someone who started it in a former district myself, I know how hard it is to get administrative support because it starts as a grant program for many, many years. And if you don't have, and then I think after 3 or 4 years, you have to become self-sustaining. So if you don't have that administrative buy-in and that support, then it's never going to sustain. So I just want to thank you for being that support system for the team that is getting that off the ground. And I need a schedule for that for sure. I want to come see. I also just want to thank the administration for being so proactive in maintaining our 10 school district instead of reactive. I'm happy that our administration is fiscally responsible to continue to fund our capital reserves, to also then fund our capital projects so our schools don't fall apart, which would cost us so much more. In going to different board leadership seminars and board trainings, many board members from many different communities across the state are always very curious about our facility study because it is not something that happens everywhere. And it's very okay. And I just want to thank you guys for that. So I really appreciate everything that you're doing to continue to fund those capital reserves, especially during these trying times. Thank you.
Mr. Santana.
Thank you, Dr. Dionisio, and your team and all the administrators for the wonderful presentation. And we really appreciate all your hard work on behalf of our children. one question I have is, how are we ensuring that we have a diverse representation of our student body in the enrollment in AP courses? I know ETS, the College Board, makes it a big deal throughout the country to make sure that we have diversity of minorities taking AP, because historically they have been underrepresented in advanced courses. I would like to ask for any parent who may be, I would just ask a question. Dibbles, how will you convince a hesitant parent in kindergarten who thinks Dibbles is an overexposure to technology for a very young child? I don't know if anyone here is familiar with the testimony before Congress from neuroscientists about the dangers of overexposing our children, this generation, to technology. So this is something that a lot of parents, a lot of younger parents are very mindful of. And I just wanted to see what you think about that. Another question, what measurable outcomes do you expect to see in our NJGPA and access tests as a result from the program strategies and data sharing you created in the district? It's wonderful that we're top of, my time is about to end. I just wait for a second round.
Anyone else? Ms. Vivelovich?
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first one, we said that we are not overcrowded, but some elementary schools' kindergarten classes have 15 students in each class, while others are up to capacity of 25 students per class. So my question is, yes, on paper, the total amount of kids is correct. It's not, we're not over, but the idea that some elementary schools are over capacity, where we had art on cart, we had, so my question is, how can we say that the two elementary schools that are currently almost at capacity or over capacity are not going to increase to a point where we're going to have art on cart again and other electives to be on cart again? And I just think that's a problem, and it's going to get worse. And I would like to know, how will the administration address that, and how are they looking into what to do with those two elementary schools that are currently at 25 for kindergarten class? That's pretty big. The next thing is the IXL benchmark. Although, yes, it does give you targeted help for students that don't understand the topic, but it does not explain the topic very well. And also, it creates a lot of stress with students with IXLs. Why? Because once you get a problem wrong in IXL, it drops you 20 to 30 points. Students that are struggling, this creates anxiety for them. So I was wondering, how is the administration addressing that with the student? My question is basically, kids that are struggling and have various different, how are they being targeted? Another thing is, it said that one of the things, maybe I missed it, one of the things that I was hoping for and I've been advocating for is having 9 periods instead of 8 periods in the high school. The reason why is when I was a student, having 8 periods in a day, and I used to play orchestra, did not allow me to take electives until my junior and senior year, which I think is limited because of all the prerequisites allowed. So students that take band or orchestra are limited to basically 1 electives their sophomore year, and then starting junior year, they're maybe getting 2 electives. So my question is the administration thinking of creating 9 periods versus 8 periods in the high school? My other question is the COGET test. It says that it's in 3rd grade. Is it every year, or is just taken once in 3rd grade? I also wanted to know, on the targeted skills, we had those blue, red, yellow. In grades 3, maybe I didn't see it quite enough. The pink and the other color, that we didn't want got bigger. So my question is, can the administrator explain why did that bar graph got bigger?
Ms. Pavlovich, time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Ilya, and then Mr. Rosenberg.
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to thank the admin team for their informative presentation. It's always great. I wanted to thank all the supervisors and admin that are taking their time to be here tonight. It always helps hearing from a lot of you, even familiar faces. It's great to see. I also just want to say that even as an alumni of Fair Lawn School, the proud alumni, it's great to see all the different plans and different programs getting implemented across the board, things I wish I had as a student. So it's really great to see on my end, and I just want to thank everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Rosenberg.
First of all, I need to thank all of you for the presentation. It was excellent, and it went above and beyond what I was expecting tonight. A couple of things. First of all, thank you for including my granddaughter, and like she got like at the end of that video, she made me forget all my questions because I got to see my granddaughter like 3 times. But I'm very impressed with a lot of stuff. And yes, we went through, so I'm the one person on this board that's been around when we went through the population growth, when we went through COVID, and I've seen a lot of things work its way through. The population bubble has worked its way through, and thank you, Dr. Dionisio, for explaining that and showing that, that it's pretty much stable now. Because if you want to start opening buildings, we're gonna need a referendum sooner rather than later, and I don't think this town is ready for a referendum. A matter of fact, I know that this town is not ready for a referendum, and I don't think I would vote for a referendum at this point. As far as some of the great things, first of all, you know, what I've really been proud of on this board is that we educate the whole child. And we always have in Fair Lawn, and it's getting better and better and better. And I'm really impressed with how the teachers and the administrators are working together to target instruction and to get results. And the truth is in the pudding. I mean, the results are there. You showed us the results. In-class resource. Mr. Franco, you know what an advocate I was for that. I was actually 10 years ago. It wasn't 10 years ago. I think it was even less than 10 years ago. I was very surprised that we didn't have an in-class resource program. And now we have an in-class resource program all the way up into the high school and getting farther into the high school. And I think that's really, really, really important. The unified sports. Oh, when I came back on the board, I was so surprised and so happy about that. I'm gonna save my my other thing is about our capital improvement that we keep we're able to target what we need in our schools right away, which is good.
Anyone else? Julie.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for the very comprehensive presentation. It's really nice to see all the various wonderful things that are happening in our school. Mostly, I'm really excited to see the expansion of the AP program at the high school. I know that a lot of our students have really been, in order to compete with Bergen County, with the rest of our schools in the area, for our schools to be competitive as they're applying to some of those colleges. It's really great to see that expansion into some of the earlier grades. I would love to know if that will also be something that for example, the freshman guidance counselors will also be kind of more trained on, and when those students are selecting those AP courses in those earlier grades, just to make sure that they are really choosing the things that are appropriate for them. So I would love to also recognize that hopefully that will trickle down to guidance and make sure that when those students are going in, a lot of them are just going in without really knowing what is the right level for them, and make sure that those who want to challenge themselves have those opportunities, and that we also have that breadth of options, both AP, honors, CP, whatever is really appropriate for those students, but just making sure that guidance is also available to help them, and parents that have questions as to whether is, what their right conversation is to have with the students and what their trajectory is. So I love to see that, and I'm really excited to see what is coming next. So thank you all.
Mr. Santana.
Yes, I really appreciate my daughter was not on the video, but I'm glad to see all the children in the video. All the children of Fair Lawn are the reason we're here. I am glad that the district is including the AP English class for 10th graders in pre-calculus AP. I have heard from many parents who really want to see the younger students in high school being able to take AP classes. I understand that we have a 70% proficiency in math, and that's above Bergen County level, and that's above the state level. That's wonderful. I commend the teachers, I commend the district, but I hate to say but. But what can the board do to help the district bring that proficiency in math from 70 to 90%? That's my question. Cultivating belonging, that touches me deeply, because I believe one way for us to decrease bullying incidents is to increase kindness throughout the district, and I would like to see that. I'm really thankful for the Unified Sports Program, Mr. Escalante. You have been great with that, and I think when we include everyone, we bring the best in all of us, okay? And that includes everyone, regardless of their views. I'm too also concerned about the enrollment in our schools. I think we have a lack of equity in some of the schools with the enrollment versus other schools. I don't think people that live in one side of the town should have to send their kids to a overcrowded school, pay higher taxes, possibly pay other fees. I think we need to possibly look at redistricting to make sure that we have an equitable distribution of students, and no parent have to send their child to a kindergarten class with 25 kids or more. And I think parents of kindergarten kids will be probably, and teachers, would love to have a teacher assistant in a kindergarten class with 25 kids or more. Let's model the kindness we want to emulate. We want our children to emulate. And kindness starts by being tolerant of the views of others. Like our former president, Joe Biden, said, we cannot love our neighbors only when they agree with us. We have to love our neighbors. And our children learn from that. So let's use our words wisely.
No? Okay, the floor is closed. I would like to call up Madison Colarelli, our Memorial Middle School student representative, Daniel Lee, our TJ Middle School student representative, and Ezra Feynman, our Fairlawn High School student representative, to share their student reports. We can just swap the nameplates, it's fine. Nobody else can see them but us. Ezra, can you just show them how? Thank you, sweetie.
On behalf of the faculty and staff, thank you to the PTOs from both Memorial and TJ for making Teacher Appreciation Week so special. The thoughtful treats and surprises throughout the week truly made our teachers and staff feel supported, appreciated, and maybe just a little spoiled in the best way possible. Your kindness, generosity, and continued support means so much to our school communities. Thank you for always going above and beyond for our students and staff.
This year's carnival was a great success. Not only did our PTO raise lots and lots of money for school-wide initiatives, families and friends were provided with the opportunity to gather and enjoy each other's company. Thanks to the fundraising efforts of our PTO president, Mrs. Sahuri, and executive board, students were provided with the opportunity to ride the rides during the school day on Friday, May 15th, at no cost. Students and teachers in each grade level were provided with over an hour of unlimited entertainment. You cannot talk about Carnival and not also acknowledge the efforts of Mrs. Mahan for all she did to organize and facilitate this event. Thank you.
This is a time dedicated to celebration, but also preparing for transitions. On Friday, June 5th, the fourth grade students from Forest, Lindcrest, and Westmoreland will visit Memorial for our award-winning Common Ground event as they begin preparing for middle school. That same day, the eighth grade students from both Memorial and TJ will head to the high school for their own Common Ground experience. And, of course, these transitions are not just for the students. Parents deserve a little TLC too as they watch us grow right before their eyes. Last night, the high school welcomed parents of incoming ninth graders for a walk and talk event, and on June 4th, our upcoming Memorial families are invited to a special family Common Ground evening, complete with a tour by Memorial's finest student event staff. Finally, on August 26th, there will be another fantastic opportunity for our incoming fifth graders to visit Memorial for a half day of team building activities, locker instruction, and a tour of the building with their individual class schedule in hand.
During the weeks of June 8th and June 15th, Mr. Weaver will be visiting with each fourth grade class at Milnes, Radburn, and Warren Point for a read aloud as part of their transition to middle school. Parents will visit TJ on June 11th for orientation, and over the summer, our rising fifth graders will visit in small groups of 20 for their A Day in the Life of a Fifth Grader in 75 minutes or less orientation.
Tomorrow, students from Memorial and TJ are excited to once again attend the Teen Arts Festival at Bergen Community College to showcase their outstanding musical talents. The day is filled with performances, workshops, and opportunities to collaborate with the students from across Bergen County. It is always a fun and memorable experience that allows our students to grow as musicians while sharing their talents with others who share the same passion for music.
Also known as Emancipation Day or Freedom Day, June 19th commemorates the ending of slavery in the United States of America. The official abolition of slavery did not bring equality. The devastating effects of segregation were first addressed almost 90 years later by the Civil Rights Movement, and it was during those years that Juneteenth started to grow in importance. Texas adopted Juneteenth as a state holiday in 1980, and on June 17, 2021, President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, making this historical event the 11th federal holiday in the nation. During the week of June 15th, as part of our No Place for Hate Gold Award programming, students will be receiving instruction in one class per day on Juneteenth in the areas of language arts, math, social studies, science, health, world language, and the arts to observe, recognize, and reflect on the history and contributions of African Americans in the United States.
As we head into the final stretch of the school year, the calendar is packed with exciting events and celebrations. There are simply too many to mention them all, but just a few highlights include spring concerts, end-of-year trips, High Note Festival, and a long list of 8th grade celebrations including the overnight camping trip, bagel breakfast, moving up ceremony, dance, luau picnic, and much more. At this point, students are basically running on excitement, countdowns, and snacks, while staff members are keeping everything moving with teamwork, flexibility, and a lot of patience. It is a busy year, but also one of the most memorable and special times of the year. Continuing on that excitement, we want to thank you for inviting us each month to brag a little bit about all the outstanding things happening in our middle schools. We truly appreciate your dedication and support of the Fair Lawn Schools. Thank you for everything you do, and we wish everyone a wonderful, relaxing, and safe summer.
Good evening, everyone. While we may be near the end of the school year, Fair Lawn High School has definitely not slowed down. Students have successfully completed AP exams and state testing, and from personal experience, we are incredibly grateful that those are over. On behalf of our student organizations, we would like to thank the Board of Education again for approving digital payment options. We have already been using them for initiatives such as SGA and Class Council apparel sale, the Senior Class Bagel fundraiser, and various bake sales. The digital payment option has been extremely popular among students and staff, and we are excited to continue implementing it at future events and fundraisers. SGA and Class Council elections were held on May 21st, and students who registered to vote could listen to the candidates' speeches and vote for their preferred candidates. Congratulations to all students elected to leadership positions. I heard the Board of Ed rep is particularly great, but I just what I heard. I just heard it was the rumor. It is no easy feat to run for a leadership position, and we thank every student who ran for office and everyone who voted. Our Masks production of 12 Angry Jurors was performed the week of May 12th. As always, the Mask delivered an outstanding show, bringing the classic story inspired by 12 Angry Men to life through an impressive performance by our talented student crew and cast. Looking ahead, Interact will be hosting its blood drive alongside the SGA Gift of Life Stem Cell Drive on June 3rd. The Interact Blood Drive and Gift of Life Stem Cell Drive provide an opportunity for students and staff to give back in a meaningful way and help support those in need. Our Gift of Life Drive is an especially meaningful way to give back, with one simple cheek swab adding you to the stem cell donor registry. Please visit the SGA Instagram page for more information on the Gift of Life Drive. We're also proud to share that many of our athletic teams are continuing successful seasons and advancing into state competition. Congratulations and best of luck to all of our student athletes and coaches. On June 5th, Common Ground will take place. Common Ground is an important program that helps incoming freshman students transition into high school by building connections, fostering inclusion, and creating a welcoming environment. High school student guides play a major leadership role in this program, helping greet and guide incoming freshmen and setting the tone for a positive school community. We also promise them they won't be thrown into lockers and tell them to check out the pool that's on the roof. And if you guys checked out the pool on the roof, it's cool. You should check it out. Several exciting events are approaching for our seniors. Senior Field Day on June 8th will provide a day of fun activities and events to celebrate the class of 2026. Senior Prom will take place on June 10th, and we know it will be a memorable evening for our graduating class. We also encourage everyone to follow the @FLHS Destinations Instagram page to see where our seniors will be heading next year as they begin their next chapter. Graduation for the class of 2026 will be held on June 23rd at 6:15 p.m. at Sasso Field. Thank you to the Board of Education, faculty, staff, families, and community members for supporting the class of 2026 throughout their time in the Fair Lawn Public School District. As we close out the year, students are beginning to prepare for final exams, a season powered by way too much caffeine. Since this is the last Board of Ed meeting I will attend this year, but don't fret, I will be back next year, don't worry. On behalf of Fair Lawn High School, I would like to extend our thanks to the Board of Education for your continued support of our students, programs, and school community. Your dedication and encouragement help create opportunities that strengthen and make our student experience more meaningful. Thank you for everything you do, and I wish everyone a wonderful summer.
Daniel, Madison, and Ezra, thank you. On behalf of the Fair Lawn Board of Education, I do have certificates of appreciation for all of you. You guys will have them presented to you this evening, and our other student reps from Memorial and TJ will be receiving theirs next week. Just for everyone's point of information, Ezra, congratulations on joining us again next year. In my brief research, what we have found out is Ezra will be the first Board of Ed Fair Lawn High School representative in history to participate in 2 terms as the board rep. So congratulations on this historic event.
I just want to say that I'm so honored to be the first person to do this and just how much I appreciate this position.
Thank you guys all so much. You are welcome to stay and continue to participate in our community's governance. But I also know, as Ezra shared, our high school students have several upcoming things to study for. Daniel and Madison, thank you for joining us. Dr. Dionisio, we have our superintendent comments.
I'm back. I am back because we have 2 wonderful staff members to recognize this evening for their amazing contributions to our school district and to our students. And I would like to start with Ms. Annie Yan at Fair Lawn High School. So Ms. Annie Yan was named this year as just one of 10 finalists in the state of New Jersey for the Princeton Prize for Distinguished Secondary School Teaching. In my 26 years in education, I have seen precious few teachers who consistently teach the way that Ms. Yan does. I sat in her 11th grade English class this year and watched 16-year-olds wrestle with Thoreau. Disagree without dismissing each other, and push each other's thinking deeper. She never once handed them an answer. She kept asking better questions. That is teaching, and that is inquiry in action. Across 13 years at Fair Lawn High School, she has built our AP Capstone program, published 7 peer-reviewed articles, mentored new teachers, and given her students something no test can measure. And you can see and feel that when you're in her classroom. Ms. Yan, this recognition is yours and richly deserved. The most important work in any school happens in the space between a teacher and their students. Thank you for filling that space with such depth and care. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Yan. Come on. And the next staff member that we're going to recognize is no stranger to this room this evening. You've heard from her a few times tonight, and she spoke so well, so eloquently, and so knowledgeably about the work that happens in our schools. Tonight we celebrate Ms. Sue Gons, our Warren Point principal, who was recently honored at Montclair State University as an Outstanding Professional Achievement in Administration and Supervision Award from the College of Education and Engaged Learning. Montclair State describes it as a true reflection of hard work, dedication, and a promise in the field. For those of you who know Sue, that is exactly who she is. But here is what makes this story special. Sue is in a class of her own. She is a Fair Lawn graduate who attended Warren Point as a child and now leads that same very school, that very same school. Her elementary class photos still hang in her office. And there is something profound about a leader who came up through these hallways, who knows the community from the inside out, and who has given back so much. So Sue, your achievement reflects who you are as a person and as an educator, and Fair Lawn is lucky to have you. Congratulations.
And I went to Memorial, too.
Okay. Really good. Mr. Cruz.
All right, good evening, everyone. So this was, I was actually gonna give a special thank you, but it's never too late to actually thank and appreciate folks. So on behalf of the administration and the folks that did a lot of work with the budget for 26-27, I just wanna sincerely thank the board for approving the 2026-27 budget. It's definitely a partnership that the administration and this board actually does. It's countless, and so it was a Hercules task, especially as folks actually have seen in the media with other districts and how we fared completely different. And our stories is that we didn't have the outcome that many other districts actually have in this budget cycle, which was devastating for the entire state. One of the things is that this budget puts children first. It was one of the most difficult budgets to balance, not just for myself, colleagues alike throughout the state share the same sentiment. And despite the challenges, this budget reflects something very clear. The board unwaveringly commits to keeping our children first. I want to recognize the men and women who put our students first, not just on paper, but every single morning when they walk through the doors of their schools. This budget is a statement to that. It actually says, Fair Lawn values you. Behind the scenes, lastly, I just want to thank the team, specifically my team, that has worked effortlessly, and especially as we come to close out the school year. I want to recognize the men and women behind the scenes in multiple departments, especially in the coming months. The board office, buildings and grounds, transportation, community school. Coordinated graduation ceremonies with each schools, and planning end-of-year events, processing end-of-year financial transactions and accounting, managing transportation schedules, and also changes to the everyday fleet preparations, supporting families with enrollment before and after care, summer program transitions. Those are the many pieces that goes on behind the scenes, and for some folks might think it's summer's coming, they get a break. This is actually the busiest time of the year for these folks as they prepare to close out the fiscal year, complete capital projects, and ensure that our buildings are safe and beautiful for the first day of school when students and staff comes back. At the board office, as we prepare to close out the 25-26 fiscal year, prepare for audit, and also open our books for 2026-27 and ensure that procurements of supplies, materials, and services start for the first day of school. In buildings and grounds, executing summer projects and ensuring that our buildings are clean and beautiful. With transportation, as they prepared, routing, also filling positions, certification of our drivers, training, maintaining our fleet, and preparing for a safe opening. And then lastly, community schools, as they operate the summer programs, also welcoming families at the new location at 501 Bergen Avenue, and prepare for full enrollment. Our goal every summer is the same. When students and staff walk through those doors on the first day of school, we want them to actually find a warm and welcoming, beautiful environment that they're proud of. And really, we take honor with all the hard work, the countless number of hours that these men and women actually do all summer long. So thank you.
This portion of our board meeting is for comments from the public on resolutions listed in tonight's agenda and non-agenda items. When speaking, please state your name and your municipality of residence, specify which resolution you are addressing, limit your remarks to 3 minutes. State law prohibits board members and administration from discussing personnel matters, student discipline, or other confidential issues. Please note that this dialogue or Q&A session between speakers and the board. That didn't make sense. Please note that this is not a dialogue or Q&A session between speakers and the board. You'd think that I would know this by heart right now. While we may not respond immediately to or answer every comment made tonight, all input is carefully considered and will help inform our decisions. Responses may come through emails, reports, board statements, website updates, or after the comment period closes. Thank you for your participation in our school community's governance. The floor is open. Please. Yes, please. Please sign your name and you do not have to share your address.
Alexander Adrian, my municipality is Fairlawn. Good evening. At the October 2025 meeting, the board designated May as the initiative, which is now. Unfortunately, it seems like the designation is more symbolic. I'm sorry. Should I start again? Unfortunately, it seems like the designation is more symbolic without any meaningful action or acknowledgement within our schools. I cannot speak for the entire district, only for what I know personally to be true. During the school year alone, there have been an alarming number of anti-Semitic incidents involving Jewish students at TJ Middle School. Jewish students have been punched in the face, spat at while their Jewish identity was mocked, ridiculed for wearing Hebrew symbols and Jewish jewelry. Their belongings were thrown into garbage cans and had objects thrown at them. Jewish students have been publicly blamed for killing Palestinians. They were told that Jews are disgusting and stupid. Some students at TJ Middle School openly wear symbols expressing support for Hamas without any apparent response or intervention from the school administration. The response from the school administration is even more concerning. On more than one occasion, incidents involving anti-Semitic verbal and physical attacks were reported to school administration, including acting Vice Principal Michael Shansky, only to be minimized, dismissed, or treated as a routine peer conflict. On several occasions, students were made to feel that they somehow provoked to be attacked. On more than one occasion, it required escalation to the school principal for the incidents to be treated with importance that they deserve. It seems like the staff below principal level lack training or preparedness necessary to properly identify, address, or prevent acts of anti-Semitism. This kind of reaction from the school administration seems to be a pattern and creates a perception that the school adopted a culture of tolerance of anti-Semitism. As a result, Jewish students increasingly feel unprotected and discouraged from reporting incidents that they are verbally or physically attacked. It is deeply troubling that the concerns regarding anti-Semitism in one of our schools must be raised during Jewish Heritage Month itself. I urge the district to develop meaningful, preventive, and remedial educational programs for both students and staff. This should include education regarding Jewish culture, Jewish contribution to society, Holocaust and genocide studies, as well as anti-Semitism awareness. Equally important is comprehensive training for staff focused on identifying bias, distinguishing between legitimate political discourse and hate speech, and training on appropriately responding to incidents involving discrimination and harassment. I really hope that by the next year's Jewish Heritage Months, we will see both reduction in anti-Semitic incidents and significant improvement in how school administration responds when such incidents occur. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Brucio. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my son, Gavin Shaw. There's been some back and forth correspondence, and I'm here tonight in hope of providing some clarity. We are kindly requesting either a one-time exception or a written addendum to current board policy as it relates to athletics and homeschooling. This request is important because we have received direct confirmation from the NJSIAA Chief Compliance Officer that a formal written statement from the district permitting Gavin to participate in Fairlawn athletics while completing his online program would allow him to avoid the 30-day transfer penalty when he returns back to Fairlawn ice hockey next season. We believe this request is both fair and reasonable for 3 reasons. First, the purpose of the athletic transfer rule is to prevent athletic recruiting and unfair competitive advantages. That is clearly not the case here. Fairlawn is the only school Gavin has ever represented. Second, Gavin has been a Fairlawn student his entire academic life. His temporary 16-week enrollment in an online program was made strictly for educational and mental health purposes. Excellis Academy does not offer athletics, and Gavin is already fully re-enrolled back at Fairlawn High School for the first day of school this September. Lastly, while a 30-day sit-out period may not sound significant, it would cost Gavin nearly half of his ice hockey season. As a team captain, this impacts not only his final season with his teammates, but also opportunities related to recruiting, exposure, and school records, something he's worked so hard for his entire life. We've been told that the superintendent is the only one that has the authority to approve this request, and we also understand that previous superintendents have approved participation requests for homeschooled students in the past, including students who were fully homeschooled, not just a temporarily enrolled in a 16-week program like Gavin. Our request places no financial burden on the district, harms no other students, and does not undermine the intent of board policy in any way. We are just asking for a little compassion toward this unique situation. Therefore, tonight, we kindly ask the board and the superintendent to please consider providing a one-time exception or a board-approved statement confirming Gavin's eligibility to participate in Fairlawn athletics during his temporary online schooling. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I'll be very brief. I'm Kirk Shaw, Gavin Shaw's dad. I was here last month. I'm just going to read you the NJSIAA transfer policy, just so we are clear about it. It is considered a transfer if a homeschool student moves from homeschooling to high school, from high school to homeschooling. If the student's home district has a Board of Education policy that permits homeschool students to participate in sports, the student will be exempt from the penalties set when transferring from homeschooling to home district or from home district to homeschooling. That is all. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alba Morales. I am a proud parent of 2 kids in our district, one finishing middle school and one in the middle of middle school. I'm a very proud parent of this district, and I can't thank you enough for the magic you worked with all your team on that budget. Raising taxes is never fun. It's not fun for anybody. But you caught things and kept our professionals, our teachers. And for that, forever grateful. I want to raise my concern with 3 board members of this board who have brought together, I counted 17 different motions in the last few months in the spur of the moment, without consideration to any of the other board members present. Only one of those motions passed. It extends time It depletes board time. Meetings have been 5 hour long. One board member keeps saying that they want people to come to these meetings. Nobody will sit through 5 hours and past midnight to make comments. I appreciate that you guys moved the comment session to the beginning, but then now we missed all the actual board meeting process. So we can only talk after the fact has happened. But I understand that staying here for 5 hours to hear people speak is not possible. One motion that has been coming up, I don't know, I'm gonna say year after year and maybe many times a year, is the advertisement on many different publications for board meetings. We know where to find the board meetings. And it keeps getting shut down, but it always reappears. So that's very interesting to me. 15 motions that have been brought up by 3 board members, all have failed by 1. And then there is accusations of anti-Semitism and racism when you don't get your way. But that's not how democracy looks like. You need to understand that if you cannot convince the other 6 board members, you will continue failing. Part of being in a group of 9 means that you need to find ways to work together. And the last few meetings, I will say the last couple of years, that is not the case. So losing the vote is not evidence of bigotry or anti-Semitism. It means you didn't have the vote. Just have to grow up and make sure that next time you bring something to the table is well-researched, you know what you're talking about, you know that you've cleared it with the administration, you know that you're not here to run the district, and I don't know how many times that has to be said, but you are not the administrators, you're not the building managers, you're here to do a different job of policy and procedure within the school district. The children in this district do not need a board divided, and I'm gonna leave it there.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bojana Tolchinsky. Municipality is Fair Lawn. I'm here tonight as a parent and a community member concerned about increasing outside political influence and coordinated activism surrounding our Board of Education, which is supposed to remain nonpartisan. Residents deserve transparency regarding the involvement of activist organizations in local school board politics. Publicly available information shows connections between and including joint workshops, organizing efforts, fundraising events, and political advocacy related to school boards and parental rights movements. IRS filings show that Defense of Democracy is a New York-based 501c4 advocacy organization that reported over $114,000 in revenue in 2023. Public event materials also show involvement from New Jersey Public Education Coalition, aka NJPC, founder Mr. Michael Gottsman through workshops and advocacy events connected to these organizations. These groups openly state that they organize against certain school board candidates and parental rights movements. Community members have a right to ask, who is funding these efforts? Are outside political organizations influencing Fair Lawn's education decisions? A coordinated activist network shaping school board politics in Fair Lawn and shaping our elections. There's also a growing concern about apparent coordination between these activist organizations and the efforts to politically isolate and attack Board of Education members who do not vote in alignment with the majority bloc of the usual 6 Board of Education members. Former Deputy Mayor Gail Friedrich Wattenschuk publicly stated on social media that she is proud that the 6 Board of Education members vote as a block and ignore the noise from the other 3 Board of Education members. Those are her own words. That statement alone should concern every single resident, regardless of their political affiliation. A Board of Education should not function as a political machine where dissenting voices are dismissed as noise. Healthy debate, transparency, and independent decision-making are essential to public trust. This is not about silencing disagreement or attacking anyone personally. Every resident has a right to participate in civic life, but parents and taxpayers also deserve transparency, accountability, and assurance that outside activist organizations and political networks are not improperly influencing our local education governance. Public education should remain accountable to families and taxpayers, not coordinated political activism or ideological groupthink. It is becoming evident that there is a democratic political coup in progress. It is becoming evident that there is a democratic political coup in progress in order to overturn the nonpartisan Board of Education.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
This podium always makes me nervous. Hi. Good evening. My name is Marianne Sahori. I am a Fair Lawn resident, parent of students in Fair Lawn schools, and an active parent in our school communities. First, I would like to congratulate Ms. Gons on all of her achievements. This is no surprise. I remember her first year at Warren Point. At her very first meeting, I had the proud honor of serving her as her first PTA president at Warren Point, and I learned and still learn so much from her every day, so congratulations. I'd also like to congratulate Ms. Nolan, who's wrapping up an incredible run as the PE teacher at Warren Point. For decades, Ms. Nolan has been the cornerstone of our school, instilling love for teamwork, healthy habits, discipline, and of course, shoe tying. So she will be greatly missed, leaving a lasting legacy. We wish her all the best as she moves on to new adventures. She is not retiring. I'd also like to thank the 7 board members who voted in favor of allowing Thomas Jefferson Middle School students to attend Student Carnival Day. It was an absolute perfect day, weather, and a great opportunity for all of our students to build lasting memories together. Special thank you to Mr. Weaver for his leadership and commitment. Coming off of NJSLA testing, this carnival was exactly what our students needed to unwind. The way he shows up every single day for our students speaks volumes about how much he cares about our kids. A school's culture starts at the top, and seeing the staff completely embrace the fun of that entire day just shows what kind of a leader he is, and how much our staff and students are bought into that community, which is so unfortunate that I have to point out that Mr. Santana was the sole board member to vote against that trip, citing concerns over safety and lost instructional time. I'd like to share for the record that Mr. Santana did accept this gift as a donation and voted to approve this exact trip in the past. In addition, he has consistently voted in favor of other students missing instructional time and never expressed safety concerns for trips like Donny Park and Great Adventure. To suddenly single out our middle schoolers and target a standing tradition just feels wrong. It highlights a clear inconsistency on that part, and it makes me wonder why he's creating such an issue over the tradition that our PTO works so hard to support. And while Mr. Santana publicly speaks about supporting students' mental health, that vote does not align with that. When a position changes so drastically without a clear reason, it creates real confusion for our families. And our students thrive when board decisions, every board member makes decisions that are consistent, transparent, and focused entirely on their best interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello? Okay. Hi. My name is Larissa Mendez Downs, and I am I guess, of this municipality. We used to have to say our address. Anyway, I just wanted to say, no, I won't, don't worry. I just wanted to say thank you to the board and those who volunteered for the carnival. It was a lot of fun. Thank you to Mrs. Mahan and her crew of volunteers. It's insane, all the effort that goes into it. I'm very grateful that we only get to staff the booths and not the rides because I get nauseous just looking at them. So thank you so much. I did want to address that it seems that in reaction to some of us speaking for calm, effective, and collaborative meetings, it has somehow seemed like it's a partisan thing. That's kind of a telling assumption, but I can happily say that in the last couple of meetings, and those that I've attended in the past years, I didn't know half of the folks in the audience. And the point of the folks speaking is to center what the wonderful state of the Fair Lawn Schools presentations and those three wonderful kids basically were talking about, which is centering the children. Some of you may know that my North Star in everything I do community-wise, and yes, I'm a proud activist, is gun violence prevention. Whether it's directly the issue of an event or it's something else, we live in a world of intersectional ills. And, you know, I should have just brought this down. Okay. We live in a world of intersectional ills, and the solutions are equally intersectional. That should be the point. My plea is that the kids should be centered. Go through the agenda, ask questions, move forward, but as Mr. Santana said, with kindness. I want to leave you with a James Baldwin quote that he wrote in 1980, and it's still so relevant. He said, "The children are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe. And I'm beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality." Or I am saying, in other words, that we, the elders, are the only models children have. What we see in the children is what they have seen in us. Or more accurately, perhaps, what they see in us. Thank you.
I'm just going to write my name here. Takes a while. Hi, good evening. My name is Gail Friedberg Rottenstreich, which is why it takes a while to write my name. I'm going to try not to take my 3 minutes because I respect your time. Having sat on the council for 8 years and acted as mayor for a year or so, I understand, you know, how valuable your time is. And when you volunteer for positions like Board of Ed, you know, you deserve to have your time respected. That's actually why I'm here, because I feel that the time of the Board of Ed has been seriously abused by several of the members on the Board of Ed. I'm actually shocked that one of the members, Ludmila Krolova, left, you know, as soon as public comments started. I find that a little bit disturbing. But mainly I'm here, and I didn't write my comments, so if I'm a little disjointed, I apologize. But mainly I'm here because I started losing sleep over what's going on at these Board of Education meetings, like literally not being able to sleep at night. When we got Superintendent Dionisio as our superintendent, I was so happy because I know what a great superintendent he is. You know, and I want to commend you on the, you know, the National Leader of Distinction 2026 awards, you know, for that program. winning that national leader. You deserve that accolade. And truthfully, I am worried that the behavior of members of this Board of Ed, the member who left, Mr. Santana, Ms. Fivelovich, is going to drive away great teachers and administrators. You know, I know that Fairlawn in other districts now, they're starting to talk about, like, Fairlawn's crazy. We don't want that reputation. We want the reputation that Fairlawn has always had, which is having a strong, supportive Board of Ed and great schools. I've lived in Fairlawn 30 years. I raised 3 children here. They graduated from Fairlawn schools. Even though they were all classified, they all went on to college and graduated college. They got a great start here. I have tremendous confidence in the schools, in our administrators, in our teachers, but I am losing confidence in the Board of Education. And I just want to say that kindness is not a word. Kindness is a practice. Kindness is behavior. I sat on the council for 8 years, and I never sat through a meeting like the meetings I have been watching online. I shouldn't have to be here tonight, but that is why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Allison Curley. My municipality is Fairlawn. I have 2 kids in the TJ, and I just wanted to say, as a Fairlawn mom, I just want to reiterate the thank you and appreciation that we have to the members of the board who supported and voted for this budget that allows us to keep and retain our educators, our staff, who are the most important part of why we are so successful. And the initiatives that were just outlined tonight were just fabulous and just praiseworthy. So thank you. I just wanted to state too that there seems to be commentary about how people standing up and speaking out seems to be a coordinated political attack. And I just want to counter that and say I am just a mom who has been watching these 5-hour-long meetings and listening to some of the dialogue. And I think it's less about coordinated political activity and more about people just listening and using common sense. We're tired of people who are grandstanding and talking about reaching across the aisle and working together, who then vote no on passing the minutes of the agendas. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Is there anything on the Google Doc? Okay, we're going to read them.
Apologies for that. That was my fault. Thank you, IT. Anna Garcia, Fair Lawn, good evening. I have a question regarding items 8F and 8G, since no contracts were attached for public review. The community currently has no transparency into the scope of these agreements, what services are being provided, or how student information may be handled. Before approval, I believe parents and taxpayers deserve clear answers. First, will any student data be collected, accessed, shared, stored, or analyzed as part of either of these contracts? Second, if student data is involved in any way, when will parents be formally notified, and when will consent or permission forms be distributed? Parents should have the opportunity to fully understand what information is being collected and how it will be used before implementation begins. Third, what specific safeguards are in place to protect student data from misuse, unauthorized access, third-party sharing, or a cybersecurity breach? In the event of a data breach, what is the district's notification and response plan for families, given the increasing number of cybersecurity incidents affecting schools across the country? Transparency and accountability on student data protection are not optional, they are essential. I respectfully ask that the board president and its members provide these details publicly before moving forward with approval of these items. Zhang Zhu, Fair Lawn, I would like to address agenda items related to administrative salary increases, not a personnel matter, but rather an expense line item question. The assistant superintendent is receiving increase of about $12,000, or roughly 6.5%. Are all teachers receiving 6.5% increases, given they are the ones working directly with students every day at a time when taxpayers are facing an estimated 11% overall tax increase, including about 3.3% from the board? Many families are under financial pressure. In that context, it is difficult to understand why significant increases are being approved for administrative positions already earning near above $200,000. In our community, we value education deeply, and there is clear expectation that teachers come first. Investment should prioritize the classroom, not already highly compensated administration. That $25,000 could meaningfully support teacher salaries or classroom resources instead. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider what these decisions reflect, the priorities of our students, teachers, and taxpayers deserve. This is not about questioning the value of administrators as individuals. It is about board priorities. Sergey Sevchuk. Good evening. My name is Sergey Sevchuk. Municipality is Fair Lawn. I would like to address several concerns shared by many residents regarding the Fair Lawn Board of Education. First, the proposed 6% tax increase comes at a time when families are already struggling financially. At the same time, questions continue to circulate regarding the district financial decisions and reports involving funds transferred into accounts that cannot easily be accessed or used. Residents deserve honest explanations and full transparency. Second, many community members are becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the level of partisan political influence surrounding the board. A board of education should operate independently and remain focused on education, not political party interests. The involvement of Democratic political organizations and activists at recent meetings has created the perception that politics are overtaking balanced governance. There is also concern regarding the treatment of board members who do not align with the majority voting bloc. Public meetings should never become environments where intimidation, hostility, or public pressure discourage independent decision-making. Lastly, parental rights and community input must be treated with greater respect. Parents should not feel ignored or pushed aside when raising legitimate concerns about their children's education and school environment. I hope the board will take these concerns seriously and work toward restoring a respectful, transparent, and nonpartisan atmosphere. Thank you for your time. Tim O'Brien, Fair Lawn, watching the last few meetings, it's becoming increasingly clear how politicized our board is. The ruling party is hurting what is supposed to be a nonpartisan board. How can fair discourse be brought back to these meetings? Anna Kamuk, I have Fair Lawn. No, there's no affiliation stated for residents. I have simple question regarding the district's planned purchase of approximately $500,000 in Chromebooks and laptops. What is the plan for these devices in 5 years when they become outdated? Will they be recycled, sold, donated, or disposed of? And what will the replacement cost be to taxpayers? Marcy Reese, Fair Lawn. Sorry I couldn't be there in person this evening. I just wanted to note that perhaps meetings wouldn't be 5 hours long if 2 meetings were combined into one. This has occurred multiple times this year. Kristen Edson, Fair Lawn. On behalf of the Fair Lawn PTA Council, I would like to take a moment to publicly thank members of the central office staff, as well as the Board of Education members, Jean Brown, Anthony Aaliyah, and Julie Mahan, for attending our PTA Council end-of-year dinner. Your presence at this event meant a great deal to our PTO and PTA leaders and volunteers. Taking the time to attend and connect with those who dedicate countless hours supporting our schools, students, teachers, and families demonstrates a true commitment to the Fair Lawn School community. The partnership between the Board of Education, district administration, and the PTOs and PTAs is incredibly important. We appreciate your continued support, collaboration, and recognition of the work being done by our parent volunteers throughout the district. As we close out another successful school year, we are grateful for your leadership and partnership and look forward to continuing to work together to support the students and families of Fair Lawn. Sharma Amit from Fair Lawn, asking questions is a core part of democracy, and board members' participation should be respected, not delayed or discouraged. Board leadership has failed this town by scheduling hour-long presentation ceremonies and closing sessions before agenda comments can be made, before board members and public can speak. This approach delayed last few meetings by hours, with real agenda discussions starting around 9 to 10 p.m. most of the time. As a result of the comments are rushed, speaking time limited, or declined. Do better on agenda structuring and stop shaming people for asking questions past 10 p.m. There is no stupid question. We tell our kids we should live by what we preach. Michael Brown, Fair Lawn. Ridgewood's budget was approved at about $9 million lower than Fair Lawn's, despite having similar number of schools, comparable student population, and similar pre-K and special education services, along with stronger academics, outcomes, and higher school rankings. That raises a serious and unavoidable question: what exactly is driving Fair Lawn's significantly higher spending? Residents are not seeing clear justification for this gap. If $9 million more are being spent here, the community deserves a detailed, transparent analysis why it is not translating into equal or better outcomes. This is not a minor discrepancy. It reflects either inefficiency, misallocation of resources, or a failure to prioritize spending effectively. None of those possibilities should be ignored. The board has an obligation to explain this clearly and publicly, not with generalities, but with specifics. Stan Lynn, Fair Lawn. The Board of Education is responsible for overseeing a budget of almost $150 million and over 1,000 employees over the last several meetings. There appear to be two distinct blocks on the board, 6 members who lean left and 3 who lean right. The public placed all of you on the Board of Education. What steps are all of you taking to listen to each other and be less confrontational in public? You are setting the tone for the entire school district in Fair Lawn. Thank you. Anna Makarov, Fair Lawn. Thank you to the 3 board members who showed grace and professionalism during last month's difficult and emotional public discussion. In moments of disagreement, real leadership is defined by restraint, composure, and respect. What should be a focused space for education has increasingly been overshadowed by political tension and Fair Lawn mayors, past and present, personal agendas. That shift is not serving the students or families of Fair Lawn. Our school board meetings should not become platforms for conflict or outside political influence. They should remain centered on students, learning, and the responsibilities you are elected to uphold. We should expect a higher standard from everyone involved: civility in tone, integrity in conduct, and accountability to the community above all else. No place for hate in Fair Lawn. No place for politics and partisan attack campaigns against board members fulfilling their duty of administrative oversight and speaking up on behalf of taxpayers. There is no place for politics on BOE. Keep politics out of our homerooms. Mary Ackerman, Fair Lawn. Thank you, board member Rita Fivelovich, for always thinking about our little kids, the ones the district spends the least on per pupil basis. Thank you for asking relentlessly for new playgrounds, for new benches, and most of all, thank you for initiating the after-school enrichment program across all elementary school population and relentlessly asking every year for new classes and more spots to be added. Thank you for trying your best to add CCT classes and a Rutgers-inspired computer class program to the high school curriculum. Board member Coraliva, I'm sorry that your time away from family is not valued and your volunteering efforts are under political attacks just 5 months in. Board member Santana, thank you for always keeping a pulse on how our tax money are spent and acknowledging the financial hardship and tax burden of the people of Fair Lawn. To all 3 of you, I hope you remain motivated and engaged, not deterred. You must be asking the right questions if the entire political machine is being used against you. And last but not least, thank you to Radburn PTA for extremely generous gift to go towards the outdoor classroom for student use and the STEM robot classroom pack for technology classes. Idarmi Santana, Fair Lawn. Good evening. I want to express to the Fair Lawn Board of Education is by law a nonpartisan board. Our school should never become an extension of political parties or political agendas. At the last board meeting, leaders of the Fair Lawn Democratic Party came to this platform not to unite the community, but to pressure, harass, and intimidate some members of the Board of Education. That is deeply concerning. New Jersey School Ethics Act clearly states that the board members must not surrender their independent judgment to special interests or partisan political groups. Our board members are elected to serve students, parents, and taxpayers, not political organizations. It is disappointing that adults would spend a weekday evening insulting and disrespecting others instead of advocating for higher student achievement for all children. Our schools should focus on academics, opportunity, safety, and respect, not political theater. I respectfully ask that we return the Board of Education to a truly nonpartisan focus and stop sending the message the Fair Lawn education is politicized. Our children deserve better. Thank you. Anna Kamuk, my question to the board is this. Why does Fair Lawn continue to struggle with accountability when it comes to bullying incidents? Many parents feel there is a lack of transparency, inconsistent consequences, and inadequate communication regarding student safety concerns. What specific steps will the district take to create a more transparent system that ensures parents receive timely and honest information, students feel safe reporting incidents, and administrators are held accountable for how bullying complaints are handled? How will board measure success and restore trust with families who feel their concerns have been ignored or minimized? Erica Rupert, I want to thank the board president and the board members who are committed to working collaboratively for the benefit of our students. Unfortunately, other members of the board continue to be confrontational and obstructive. At the April 30th meeting, Mr. Santana once again interrupted and talked over the speakers, and Ms. Fivalovich accused her colleagues of being unprofessional and lacking discretion based on her misunderstanding that her Oprah requests were not private documents. I appreciate Mr. Santana's stated willingness to consider the comments about his behavior and hope he will achieve a mutually respectful relationship with the rest of the board. And I fully understand Ms. Fivalovich's concerns about personal information, but I do wonder why she submitted an Oprah request for Dr. Dionisio's current employment contract when she could have already had access to it as a member of the board that approved it. Thank you. That concludes the public comments.
Public comment is closed. Do you have any responses?
No.
Okay. Can I get a motion for 3A?
Wait, hold on.
So
Don't we-
moved.
Wait, hold on. Aren't they doing committees? Wait, I'm
We're
confused.
gonna follow the agenda,
But then,
which is
with the state
approval
of the
minutes.
presentations was underneath. If you look at, I just printed it. It was, we were not following. So my question is,
So I'm actually gonna follow the agenda. Can I get approval? for
I know,
3A?
I want to make a motion.
Make your motion.
All right, I would like.
Second.
I would like the $5,000 that we spend on board dinners to be utilized instead to.
This is not related to the minutes.
It is, because it's on the budget. The minute has the budget. We are approving the budget and we want to. The budget was already approved. I understand that, but every time I'm trying to make a motion, I am told I'm not allowed to make a motion. I've tried this motion 3 times. And every single time I was told, wait until it approves, wait for it the second time, wait for it the third time. So can I just make my motion every single time?
Why don't you make your motion?
Okay. I would like the $5,000 that's spent on Board of Education dinners to be created a fund to fund students that go to nationals and states competitions. So
Second.
So, just can I clarify to make sure everybody's, instead of getting dinners for us, I'd rather not have dinners and instead use that money for the children.
Just so we're clarifying, this is also dinners for the entire Board of Education, as well as all the administrators that are here all day and stay here for the duration of the board meetings. Just
I'd
wanna
like
clarify.
to make a subsidiary motion.
Can we discuss this motion?
Second?
I'd like to make a subsidiary motion to move this to the Finance Committee for further discussion. I'm uncomfortable making a determination on that without having any sort of discussion about legal ramifications, where that money, if we can even move that money to do those things. So I'd like to move that to the Finance Committee for further discussion.
I would like to discuss this now because
Now we have a subsidiary motion on the floor,
So can we-
so we have to focus on the subsidiary motion.
okay. So I'd like to make comment.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get there.
Okay.
I have to clarify. So you would like to move the motion for taking the $5,000 for dinner to the Finance Committee? Do you have that? Okay. The floor is open for discussion. Mr. Santana?
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I don't think we need a special meeting to discuss the obvious. We have the business administrator here, we have the board counsel, and we have us here. So we have all the information and the people who can answer the questions. I came here 20 minutes before we had the closed session at 6, and there were only myself and another board member. That's it. So from what I have experienced, most board members are not really eating the food. And to the board, to the chair, board attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, are we obligated to provide food for employees who are staying at this time? If not, I agree that we should move that money to fund the trips of students going to national and statewide competitions, since we have received many inquiries from parents stating that. We already the only elected officials who are non-compensated. Unlike the council, we don't get a stipend. We don't vote on getting ourselves a stipend. We don't get a salary. People don't know our names. They only know our names when they're mad at us or when they don't agree with us, which is democracy. You have every right to disagree with your elected officials.
Please focus on the motion.
So I think it's not necessary. Plus, some of us stated that some of the food does not meet the dietary restriction of some board members due to religious, cultural, and health differences. So, I rather put that money into the children, not into ourselves. And I don't need another meeting to think about that.
Point of clarification, shouldn't we be discussing the subsidiary motion?
We should be.
Okay.
Point of clarification, that's exactly what I clarify.
Kindness, guys, kindness. Mr. Elia?
I was just going to say, call the question.
Oh,
Second.
thank you.
Point of order. According to Robert's rules,
Everyone should be able to
that
speak.
cannot be done until,
clear that it can
excuse
be
me,
done.
according to Robert's rule says that everyone have to have a chance to speak
Yes.
before you can do that. Otherwise, you will not have any discussion at all. We just come here, raise our hand,
Yeah,
and go on.
and New Jersey School Board says me and Mrs. Brown went together and we sat and they said until everyone speaks, you cannot do call of question. Ms. Marion and I, we both spoke to the NJ. If you're not gonna follow their lead, then why are we paying the $26,000 a year that we're spending if you're not gonna even follow whatever training we are getting from them?
So we are deferring to our legal counsel, and our legal counsel is saying that Mr. Elia's call the question and Ms. Brown's second
But
holds.
I wanted to speak and you said,
I'm speaking. You like to interrupt people. So many people spoke. We're now at 9:45 and we haven't adopted the minutes. This is absurd. You called the question, there was a second, there's a roll call.
Roll call subsidiary motion to table discussion for Finance Committee.
A vote of yes would table, a vote of no would
go back.
not table.
Dr. Bertolini is absent. Ms. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Elia,
Yes.
Ms. Fivelovich,
no.
Ms. Koroliva,
No.
Ms. Kasoy,
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg,
No.
Mr. Santana,
No.
Mrs. Mahan.
Y'all made it a yes.
Motion fails.
Okay. So we defer back to Ms. Favalovich's original motion. The floor is open.
I have a question. Oh, sorry. So the account that this money is coming from, it has $5,000. The account that this money is coming from has $5,000 in it. I've been asking what exactly the money, because I'm not sure how much we spent for the dinner, but there's other things that we're spending money on from this account. So I would like to have clarification. What other things are being spent from that account?
So that's not related to this motion, so we're going to
Would that,
focus on the motion.
would it take it away from children? Or do we spend, okay, let me restate the question. Is there any funds that are allocated from the Board of Education account that go towards the children? Or is it directly
This
to-
is not
towards
related to the motion. I'm going to ask you to focus on the motion, which is your opinion on the motion, which states that the $5,000 for dinners should be reallocated to creating a fund for any students who attend a national convention or competition.
Yes, but to clarify, like, I agree that every single money that we have that could be extra should be allocated for our children. We are in a business of education, and we should be supporting our children. So I know some of the children that go to the state and national, and it usually is a problem because the parents do pay higher costs for that. So I do agree with this motion, and we should allocate it towards the children and make the fund. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Sejvelovich?
I just believe that I've been on the board for 6 years. I've never ate one single time this meal. Most of the time, it goes into the garbage at the end of the night. I don't think we should be wasting food. I think we are here for the betterment of the children. That's our job. Children should be number one. And if we can use that money for our children instead of throwing money in the garbage, I would be happy, so that students that some parents cannot afford states and nationals because they don't have the money, and their kids cannot go to those states and nationals. Sometimes they fundraise, sometimes they just can't. And I think that money should be going into a fund. We talked about a couple of years ago that we're going to create a fund. We never did. That's okay. Let's make a fund right now. And then maybe we'll grow it every year. And there will be an ability that students will be from our schools that go to the states or nationals, have the opportunity to participate. And we're here for the children. That's our number one. Every single board member has been saying that. So by us not, I'm sorry. Well, you're speaking when I'm speaking. I know, but it would be disrespectful if I'm speaking, you would not speak in front
Let's
of me.
move on.
Okay, so I strongly hope the board will consider this motion and will pass it, because we don't need the dinners, but some children need to go to states and nationals, and they should be able to go. And we should be using that money for the children, not for us. Thank you.
I'm actually going to speak. I don't vote on motions. I don't make decisions that are based on a whim. I will tell you, I don't eat the dinners. I've never eaten the dinners. I did not get here until 6 p.m. tonight because I happened to have eaten a sandwich during student dialogue. So I ate their dinner. That being said, I'm not going to vote on this motion because there is no way you can ask any of us to determine where this $5,000 should go without having a conversation with our administration, with our high school administration, through Dr. Dionisio. There are avenues that need to take place because we are not in the business of daily operations. We are in the business of policy and oversight. And for us to determine where $5,000 should go is out of the purview of our role. So it has nothing to do with the fact that I don't eat the meals, and I don't think that we necessarily need them, but we also need to consider the fact that we are asking our administration to stay here from roughly 7:45 to 8 o'clock in the morning until lately 11, 12, 1 a.m. And if a courtesy is to supply them with a meal, I will absolutely do that. And then you can decrease the $10 it is that the legal limit is $10 a head. And you can take my $10 out. I would have to imagine that, Ms. Sejvelovich, you can take your $10 out. We don't eat. But we can't make a decision based on one person's determination in a room on camera when we don't have all the information. Thank you. Mr. Rosenberg.
Thank you. This has come up a couple times, and very sneaky, because I don't think we have the power to change the $5,000 from one line item to go to a specific other line item. It doesn't make any sense. So, first of all, just so everyone knows, we do have a practice of funding certain parts of national conferences that our students have gone into. And I have personally also have given money myself to people that have done it. You know what? I've been here 6 hours every meeting since I came back. I could use without eating, but that snack, which is made by our food service, so it's with money involved. First of all, $5,000 isn't going to do much. And if we want to let more people, no, I'm not even going to say that. This is a nothing. This is a nothing motion. It's just to say we're spending $5,000 wrong when out of a $150 million budget. You know what? It's past practice. We've done it, and I don't see any reason to not fund $5,000. And for the reasons Mrs. Mahan has said, I am going to vote no on your motion.
Ms. Brown, call the question.
Second.
Ms. Brown. This is a motion to take $5,000 on board dinners and transfer the budget for use of student-led state and national competitions.
So if I vote no, then we don't move the money?
Correct.
Okay, no.
Mr. Hilaire.
No.
You say yes.
No.
Okay. Ms. Fivelovich.
Yes.
Ms. Koroliva.
Yes.
Ms. Kasoy.
As I have a student who is attending nationals this year, I have to abstain.
Mr. Rosenberg.
No.
Mr. Santana.
Money belongs to the children. Yes.
Mrs. Mahan.
No.
Oh, it has to be 75%?
I have a question. Call the question. Who seconded, Ms. Brown? Thank you so much for the clarification.
4 no, 3 yes, it failed.
Right, okay, moving on.
I would like to make a motion.
Second.
So we had parents coming up about policies. So
Is
I
this
would like
related
make-
to the minutes?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
How?
It's about a family that's been here twice, and this child is a school child. So I would like to make a motion to amend policy. We are in a business of a
We
motion.
can't have that conversation in public.
So this is a child, so you can't have the discussion. Second,
I'm not, no, but she asked me how, so I had to tell her how that's related to the
And now
motion,
I'm
so
telling
I
you that
have
we
to
can't
do it.
have that
you can't have this
conversation in public.
conversation, but this is the.
But I could
it's
make a
approved-
motion
no,
to
you
make
can't.
an amendment to the
No, no,
policy.
Policy, if you want to make, if you want to talk about policy, it goes to the policy committee, and that's.
We don't have a policy committee.
And you also have policies underneath here, so you.
You can make it during policy.
We don't have a policy
You can make
committee.
it during policies.
Policies.
What does that mean?
Read your agenda, you can make it during policies. Review your agenda.
But this has to do directly
No, this
for
is
the agenda.
minutes.
It
If
is
you
on
would
the
like
minute.
to make a motion regarding a policy change,
That's
you may make
relating
that. It does
to
not matter.
the
We
thing.
cannot discuss what is
I'm not
going on.
discussing the anything.
We're moving on.
This-
Can I get a motion, can I get a motion for 3A?
So moved.
Second.
I want to say something.
Roll call.
We have to.
Brown.
Every time
Yes.
there's a motion and a second,
Say
you
that.
have to have a
Roll call.
discussion.
Yes.
Roll call.
Ms. Fivelovich.
No.
Ms. Koroliva.
I don't know what I'm voting for.
This is
Minutes.
minutes, approval
No.
of the minutes. Ms. Kasoy,
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Santana,
Yes.
Mrs. Mahan. Motion carries.
This agenda item provides an opportunity for committee chairs to present brief summaries of proceedings from their most recent meetings. These reports are for informational purposes only and reflect activities that have already taken place. This is not an appropriate time to introduce new business items or engage in extended discussions on topics that should be addressed through proper channels. Committee chairs are reminded to keep reports limited to 3 minutes maximum based on the written meeting's minutes. Focus only on key actions and discussions from the most recent meeting. Reference when the next committee meeting is scheduled. Avoid introducing new business that has not been properly vetted through committee. Submit any written summary or reports to the superintendent and board secretary for inclusion in the minutes. Floor is open. Ms. Pavelovich.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify first just how the process of this new meeting. When you do
We cannot. We're currently talking about committee reports. Please discuss finance or move on.
During the May 7, 2026 Finance Committee meeting, the committee discussed several important financial and operational matters impacting the Fairlawn School District. Administration reviewed the extraordinary aid application process for special education costs and explained that reimbursement rates vary annually, with last year's reimbursement at approximately 49%. The committee also reviewed the revision 26-27 tax payment schedule, which provided the district with a large sum payments intended to improve cash flow and increase potential interest earnings. And the cash flow is from the town, and it's a new schedule that we are approving. I think it's section 12. The committee discussed the renewal of advocate service, noting that the proposed cost decrease from approximately $26,000 to $15,000, which will eliminate cafeteria-related services, were eliminated. Public bidding for flooring, painting, boiler repairs, and paving projects were also reviewed, along with legal requirements governing the public bidding process. Additionally, the committee discussed the New Jersey School Boards Association resolution regarding a significant increase in health benefits costs under the state education health benefit program. The chair of the Finance Committee also requested additional meeting in May to address pending topics that has not been discussed for several. Potential dates were discussed, and the superintendent stated that they will review the calendar and provide the available minutes. Professional service appointments and renewals were traditionally have been reviewed through the Finance Committee before being presented to the board. This year, those appointments were presented without the Finance Committee review. The agenda was distributed without the consultation with the finance chair. The committee chair submitted committee minutes within the 3 business days. Administration subsequently prepared and distributed a separate
This is
version
not related
of
to the committee
meeting
report. Stop.
minutes.
I'm going to ask you to stop speaking. This is not related to your committee.
It is. It's my
It
minutes.
is not.
It's my minutes. Thank you.
Anybody else? Floor is closed. Can I get a motion for 5A, Mental Health Awareness Month, 5B, Jewish American Heritage Month, and 5C, Asian American and Pacific Islander?
I make the motion. I make the motion.
Second.
Go ahead. You're making a motion. Go ahead.
No,
You moved it.
I moved it.
Roll call.
Ms. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Alea,
Yes.
Ms. Pavelovich,
Yes.
Ms. Koroliva,
Yes.
Ms. Kasoy,
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Santana,
Let's protect all children. Yes.
Mrs. Mahan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Can I get a motion for 7B and C?
So moved.
I wanted to say something. Thank you. I just wanted to say the reason why I'm going to be abstaining on the HIBs because I didn't have a chance to ask questions. I tried to ask questions and I was told I cannot ask that question.
For clarification purposes for the community, we have 2 months to ask questions. Roll call.
Yes.
Mr. Leah,
Yes.
Ms. Faivelovich,
No on B, and C, I'm going to abstain.
Ms. Coroliva,
No on B and abstaining from the C as Hibbs. That's the C, right? Yes, C.
Ms. Kasoy,
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Santana,
Yes, on all of them.
Mrs. Mahan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The letter, I would like the contracts for F, which is the approval of Western Governor University Capstone Research Project.
You're going out of order. Right now, you're on,
8, F and G. What am I doing wrong again? We are in education, and we are approving A through H. That's what the president said.
didn't you have, what about this right here?
We just did 7.
Okay.
Am I allowed to make my motion now?
Please.
Thank you. I would like the F, which is the approval of Western Governor University Capstone Research Project, and and letter G, the approval of Seton Hall University data collection and analyze research data for those contracts to be considered public record. Because they are about our children, they're researching our children, and parents should know what their children are going to be part of. The contract, all the negatives and the side effects of each of the studies should be known, and it should be also public record because they're conducting studies in our schools that is funded by the taxpayers.
Mr. Giacobbe, I believe this was a conversation that we had, I don't remember if it was last month or the month prior, that contracts like this to safeguard these projects and research, once they are approved, they become public.
That's
Is that the
correct.
case?
So when will they be?
Once they're approved, the board has to approve it.
Okay, well, then I would like to talk about those two. Can I speak now? Am I recognized? I would like to speak about these two.
No, there's not a motion.
We have a motion on the floor, so you have to
I would
either
like
move
to,
forward.
I
with
would
your
like to make a motion to discuss this.
So you don't have to make a motion to discuss
Can I
it. You
discuss
would-
it?
Okay. You have to remove your motion off the floor.
And then I can discuss it.
Please remove your motion off the floor. This is standard Robert's rules. Please remove your motion off the floor, and then we can have a conversation about if you want to make a statement.
What do you mean if I would like? It's not an if.
Please remove your motion on the floor, or else you have to move forward with your motion.
So can I move forward with my motion?
You can't.
I remove my motion and I would like
It
to
actually
discuss
has to be
this.
you first.
So basically, when you do it, there's supposed to be a motion and a second on an agenda item, and then a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody's got to move,
Right, but she wanted to make a motion, and if she no longer has a motion on the
Can I
floor.
discuss
the
it?
person who
you
is
can't discuss it. There
seconded.
has to be a motion and a second on the agenda, then you can discuss it.
No, we did. We had an education. I don't understand why we're doing this
No one
backwards.
moved it. You asked for a motion.
I'll move it and then can I speak?
You have a motion on the floor.
I just said I removed
You
the
can't.
motion.
The second has to take their second back, and then the motion gets removed. This is standard. You have been a board member for 6 years like I have. This is not new. Mr. Santana, did you make the second?
I don't recall.
Who did?
No one made it. No one made a second.
Can I get a
I would like-
motion for 8A?
I would like to,
through- Can you please let me finish?
and then I can speak?
Can you please let me finish?
I don't understand this. I'm not asking for this.
Make a motion on 8A through G.
Discussion.
And then discussion?
There's got to be a second, then there's a discussion.
Can I get a motion for 8A through G?
So moved.
My God. Now can you say second?
Discussion.
No. Guys,
Second.
before she said motion, come on, this is standard.
Jesus Christ.
Can we, I don't know.
That is disrespectful.
It's not.
That is somebody's religion. It is
Yeah, I find
disrespectful.
that very disrespectful.
Not because you.
It's very-
You just
Yeah,
took
but-
God's
and
name in
there
vain.
is
That is
no way
disrespectful.
that we
Miss
could
Brown,
have
are you making the
normal
motion?
conversation.
Can I
Yes.
have a
Cannot
second?
have
Second.
Thank
Can
you.
have a
Ms. Soy,
discussion?
Ms. Faivelovich, you now can make a discussion topic. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, these two research projects, when I asked the administration in my write-up this time around, I asked them, what is the benefit of these research projects to the district? NA. What is the benefit for the students? NA. Okay, then I asked, how will parents be informed? Will they get the contract? Parents are informed and do not have an option of opting out. I don't feel comfortable for for students to be part of this and they don't have a chance to opt out. The community doesn't know what is being discussed. I don't understand. I just feel like this, if the district doesn't have a value, the students don't have a value, why are we participating in the Seton Hall University Data Collection and Analysis Research Project? I just don't understand. So that's my concern regarding these two. And therefore, I just wanted to ask the legal question. So once we approve the next board meeting, these will be public record? They're not going to be in executive session anymore? Mr. Jacoby?
Approved, they're a public document.
And so they will be in the minutes?
Typically, you don't put contracts in minutes, but people can make an Oprah request for them.
So we have, so why can't a public also be able to speak about this? Why is it only in executive session? Why can public people cannot say, hey, I want this research project, hey, I don't.
Earlier,
Can you please, I missed it.
someone else did.
Can you please answer that question? Why can't the public?
Because I don't know these contracts.
Well,
I
you,
didn't review these contracts, so I have no idea what these contracts provide.
so you're saying we're entering into a contract with someone else and the board attorney did not
This
look
is
at them?
not, this
Is
is not
that-
back
is that
and
what you're
forth.
saying?
You can make your commentary and then we're going to move on.
Is that what you're saying? You did not have a chance, you didn't look at the contracts that we are entering into?
I've already said what I did, so thanks.
Point of information. Board President, can I ask a question to the board attorney?
I can't answer you, but you can answer. Ask it.
I know. Mr. Jacoby, can the board approve any contract that has not been reviewed by the board attorney or his designee?
Absolutely. You do it all the time.
Thank you.
Constantly you do it. You have purchase orders that, you have a very capable administration that puts forward contracts. They only have us review contracts if they're complex.
It was just a question.
You can
Thank you.
absolutely do it.
Ms. Kasoy,
I am looking at the contract.
I didn't see you. You're next.
I'll be very quick. In the Seton Hall contract, it clearly says in there that the participation is voluntary, and they can decide to participate or not to participate. So I don't think it is appropriate to say that they have no choice to participate, because it clearly says that right there on page 2, or I don't know which page it is, but it is very clearly identified in that Seton Hall contract on page 1. Thank you.
Ms. Korleva.
So this will involve, thank you. So the district students and from instructional time, digital platform, and research-related activities are involved in this project. I believe it's important for the board to understand what safeguards were implemented to ensure the transparency, neutrality, and voluntary participation. So again, I wanted to ask this in the executive session, so can we move this so I could ask a question in the executive session regarding 8G? Because there's questions that I cannot ask on the floor, unless I could have a counsel to step out and he could answer my question.
I can't answer the question because I didn't review these contracts. As I already said.
It's, again, there's information on here. It's not regarding, it's, again, we're putting contracts that do not make sense. Like, there are certain things that we need to discuss prior to putting that on the floor. So.
These were provided a week in advance. and
Correct.
if-
Questions were asked, questions weren't answered.
We can agree to disagree on that one. Do you have anything particular that you want to ask regarding 8A through G?
No.
Anybody else?
I'm raising my hand. Second time. Just for clarification, the Western Governing University Capstone Research Project, I asked that question in my write-up, and I think it's question number 23 or 24. It says they don't get to opt out. That's what I asked. Just clarification. The students.
Ms. Brown. Call the question. Roll call.
Ms. Brown?
We're voting on 8A through G, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Mr. Leah?
Yes.
Ms. Faivelovich?
So I'm gonna vote no on F and G. I'm sorry, yes, F and G.
Ms. Coroliva?
I'm abstaining on G and no on F.
Ms. Kasoy?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Santana?
I'm voting yes on everything, but I'm voting no on 8F and 8G.
Mrs. Mahan?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Can I get a motion for 9A through L?
Motion.
So
God,
so
I
moved.
didn't even finish, guys. Please, let me finish. Can I get a motion for 9A through L and N through S?
Motion.
So moved.
You want to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion. I did that before they said second.
Second.
Make a motion.
Okay, so based on how I understood, based on the write-up, on letter G, the Learning Academy. So if you're taking a remedial class, if you don't have free or reduced lunch, you pay $200. If you have free or reduced lunch, you pay $25. Perfect, not a big deal. I'm happy with that. But if your child wants to take personal finance course to accelerate, so that they don't have to take it during the year and they have to pay $300 for the course. How is that fair? So if you want to accelerate and actually do something, then no, you have to pay extra $100. But if you're repeating the course, then you'll get a discount. So my motion will be that if you're going to take the finance course, it will be $200 as if it was remedial, and if you have free or reduced lunch, it should be $25. Exactly the same way if it was remedial or not remedial.
Second.
Discussion.
I'm getting there. I'm trying to write down and look up what she's referring to so that I can say it back to everybody. So you're stating on letter G, 9G. Correct?
It
9G?
was letter G 5 minutes. It was the letter G. It was the summer school that they have in the high school. It was G this morning.
Gina.
Yes, letter G, approval of summer 2026 Learning Academy.
Staffing.
No, but that's where we put the advertisement of the 225 and that's what we did, or it's somewhere in the agenda.
Yo, can you look at that?
It's
Me either.
It's somewhere in the agenda, I asked that question, and they said they updated so that history will also include it. So, and they advertised it was $300.
Right, but we're only approving staffing.
No, then is it in the next, can somebody answer my question? We're approving the 200 and the 25, correct? Can Mr. Cruz please answer that? The Summer Academy, letter G. The approval of Summer Academy, Learning Academy. We're approving the 200 and 225, correct?
What resolution is that you're referring to?
This,
9G.
the Summer 2026 Learning Academy.
That's not under 9G.
8E.
It's just hourly rates under 9G.
Well, I have it as approval of Summer Academy of 20.
That's 8E.
Yes, but then we also are,
Point of order.
we were also approving the 200 and the 25.
Point of order
We
with,
already approved what you're discussing, so we can't go backwards.
When did we approve that?
Under 8E.
Okay, so that I can
We're
bring a
approving
new.
now as personnel, not education.
then I'll bring it back.
Do you want to take your motion off the floor?
Yes, but I also had a question.
Point of order. Once you remove the motion, there's no question until you recognize.
I'm removing my motion. I guess I got confused.
Corleva, can you take your
I'm
second?
removing, what am I supposed to, removing my second?
Yep. So we had, can I have a motion for 9A through L and N through S?
So moved.
And
Ms.
discussion?
Pavelovich.
Yes, discussion. So for I asked this question and I wasn't understanding this. For letter N, O, and P, we are doing, I'm just trying to understand, what is the cost for I don't understand how we're accumulating the limit for the professional development cost. I understand that they said that it's 2,500 is for travel, but then how much is is there a cap on the professional development? Can the board attorney answer that?
It's under 8.
I'm reading it. It says right here very clearly, if approval is granted, the assistant superintendent's bona fide expenses incurred in attendance at such meetings shall be reimbursed in accordance with the requirements of board policy and regulation and limitations imposed by law. Reimbursement under this section shall not exceed $2,500 per school year.
So just to clarify, the travel and professional development is 2,500. Is that correct? Because the questions were,
I didn't draft this contract, I just read you the contract.
I understand that, but I don't understand that you are a board attorney. Can you just please interpret it for us so that I understand it?
I don't give legal advice publicly because that is waiving the attorney-client privilege. Again, this contract was reviewed and approved by the executive county superintendent. It says all travel expenses reimbursed hereunder shall be consistent with and in accordance with legal requirements, including not limited to OMB. So no, the $2,500 does not include travel expenses because that's controlled by the state laws that are cited right in here, 18A 11-2, NJAC 6A 23A 7.1, and the OMB circulars. Where airplane transportation is appropriate, the allowance may only be applied to tourist or coach classes. So the $2,500, it says the travel expenses are consistent with these other laws.
But then the detailed statement on the bottom, it says only travel is 2,500. That's why I don't understand. I asked that question in my write-up and it says only travel is 2,500. Now you're saying only professional.
All this has to be subject to board approval, so whatever the board approves, if they approve it,
So it's $2,500 for travel and professional development combined, because on the detail statement, it says $2,500 for travel. And then you're stating the $2,500 professional development. I just want to understand what we are approving.
Under the professional development section, it says it's $2,500 per school year. Reimbursement.
Total.
Under this section shall not exceed $2,500 per school year. I said that once before.
Okay, so it's 25 all total. Thank you so much.
Roll call.
Can you repeat what we're voting on?
We're voting on 9A through,
L, N through S.
9. 9 through F? 9, all of 9.
9A through L, 9N like Nancy, through S like Sam. Ms. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Hilaire,
Yes.
Ms. Pavelovich,
Yes.
Ms. Koroleva,
Can you come back to me?
Ms. Kusoy,
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Santana.
This is 9.
Come back to
Oh,
me.
I'm sorry, then can I switch my vote? I'm sorry, I thought we were at 10.
Let me go back to Ms. Coroliva.
And then can I come?
Can you come back to me again? We're at 9, right? We're voting on 9.
We have now said 9A through L and N through S at least 4 times for myself and twice for Mr. Cruz. Please, it is 10:22. We're all tired, but we all have to focus.
Ms. Pavlovich.
So I want to say no to 6J, N as in Nancy, O as in octopus, P as in 9. Yes, 9. No, it's 6J of letter A, I think. N as in Nancy. Oh, I'm sorry. 6. It's letter J 6, part 6. So letter J has extra compensation. It's letter number 6. Does that make sense?
Yep.
N as in Nancy, O as in octopus, P as in Peter, and S as in Sam. No on those 3, and everything else, yes.
Okay. Ms. Coroliva.
I'm going to say no on O and S, and yes to the other ones.
Mr. Santana.
On 9O, on 9O, N, O, and P, I support the items, but I don't agree with the percentages. So I'm gonna vote yes with reservations. I appreciate all 3 of you.
Mrs. Mahan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
You never called me.
Oh. I thought I had you, Mr. Rosenberg.
Sorry, Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I get a motion for 10A through E?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Yes.
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 Yes. Can I get a motion for 11A through C?
So moved.
Roll call.
Yes.
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 Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Can I get a motion for 12A?
Motion.
Guys, I didn't even finish. I didn't finish. Please monitor your own agenda to know what the items are so that when I finish it, you can say it. 12A, C through T.
So moved.
Motion.
Ms. Favolovich.
So I would like to make a motion that letter K, which is the frontline contract, be public record because it states the cost. There's no reason for anybody to open it. And there's another contract, I just can't see it.
Point of information. Correct me if I'm wrong, through the chair, board attorney. Aren't these already public once we vote on them?
You have to go through the Oprah, and Oprah, it takes a while, and it costs the districts money. There's no reason to put this.
There's a deadline by law.
There's no reason to spend thousands of dollars on lawyer fees that we're spending currently $30,000 on lawyer fees for the past 3 months. We can put them in the agenda, and it's already there, and then we don't have to go through this. And $30,000, every penny that's spent on Oprah is taken away from the children. So there's no reason for it to be removed. No.
I agree, we do have too many operas. But what,
Board members.
not me. I don't remember the last time I filed one. What does can I ask a question to the superintendent? Can I ask a question to the superintendent? Dr. Dionisio, do you have any reservations to do that?
We typically do not post contracts until they're board approved. And
I know, what she stated was to make it public in a way that people don't have to file an open request.
We do, once they're approved. You just have to then go into board docs and find the contract.
Okay, because the attorney said earlier, you stated that people had to file an open request for a contract.
Elovich said that.
Yeah, they could file a request, but if you guys make it revealed in board docs, people just go into your board documents.
Okay, so there's no need for an open request, so we save money.
So it will be uploaded by the next meeting? Is that what the board attorney says?
We have to,
I don't do that, that's your board secretary.
I'm trying to understand this because it's
Don't
not
ask me,
approved.
ask your board secretary.
Okay, board secretary, I'm asking because the board attorney told me to ask. That all the contracts that we approve will be included? There's a couple more that I can't figure out where they are.
Can I ask a question? Is that going to add a burden to the business administrator? Or is that already done? Like, are the contracts already on the agenda that he just had to enable it and that's it? Like, is this gonna take time away from him running the finances of the district? If the answer is yes, then we gotta protect the finances.
we can add it. Would you like to move forward with your motion?
No, because it's going to be added, correct?
So can we remove the second? Yeah.
Remove.
Can I get a motion for 12A, C through T?
So moved.
Second.
Can we have discussion now?
If you have something to say, you may discuss it.
Yes, letter I was wondering if I can explain. Letter I says approval of established tuition for the 2024-25 school year. My question is, why are we doing it 2 years late?
You're not.
So can you please explain?
Is that a typo?
It says 24, 25.
Oh, no, that's not a typo, that's 24, 25. So we're approving, this is actually tuition that the state determines. It's actually released every March every year. It's a year behind. So these are the tuition rates that the state confirm after the audit. So this is fiscal year 25 audit, the state confirms it, and then the board has to approve it before the end of this fiscal year.
Oh, so the 24-25 school year, so next year will be 25, 26.
Get it next March.
Okay.
It's based on your audit.
The audit.
Yeah.
And then the state confirms, and we get a letter from NJDOE.
And is that different than what we say? I think somewhere during the month we actually approve it. Is it different? This is it. This is it. Okay, gotcha.
Roll call.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Ilya?
Yes.
Ms. Mihailovich?
I'm going to vote no on letter F, K, P, R, S, T. RST, I'm voting no because it was last minute.
Ms. Corliva?
Can you come back to me?
Ms. Kasoy?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Santana?
I have a point of information to the board attorney, if I may, board president. Okay. Mr. Jacoby, 12L and M, those are two agreements with the Fairlawn Teachers Union, Fairlawn Education Association. We have 5 educators here. Don't we need we have 5 board members who are educated. Don't we need doctrine of necessity?
No, these are, so just because you're an educator doesn't mean you can ultimately vote on memorandums of agreement. You just can't participate in the negotiations. These are resolutions of grievances that we put together.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The doctrine of necessity is if you had board members who had family members that were in FLE, a majority, then you'd have to do the doctrine of necessity. And
How am-
these are just, so you know, these are just resolutions of grievances that I worked on with Ms. Teague, with Joe Dondi.
how I'm voting. 12J, no, too expensive. 12K, no, too expensive. But I support the board decision in whatever the board majority decides. 12L and M, I will abstain. I'm going to abstain on 12P, Q, R, S, T, AA, double L, and double M. We need to go out for bids for these professionals every year to save money to the taxpayers.
We're at 12.
Ms. Coroliva, this is
Wait,
12.
you have to stop. Mr. Santana, you were just voting on the wrong resolutions.
Aren't we voting on 12?
Yes, we are, which is 12A, C through T.
Oh, okay, I apologize. I thought they called me to vote.
12.
Yes or no?
We are on 12.
He did call me to vote.
I called you 12, yes.
Yes on everything. No on 12J. No on 12K. Too expensive. Abstain on L, 12L, and M. That's it.
Ms. Coroliva,
No on C, J, K, N, O, P, R, S, T, and Q. Yes on the rest.
CJ, so repeat that again?
C, J, K, N, O, P, R, S, and T.
Mr. Cruz, I forgot, I wanted to put also no on C.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
motion carries.
Can I get a motion for 13A, double R?
So
Motion.
moved.
Discussion?
Santana.
Second.
No, Mr. Santana is making a motion.
Oh.
I'm moving
Right, then
the
say
item.
So moved instead of motion.
Yes, I know. So move.
Discussion? Discussion?
Go ahead, Ms. Favolovich.
Hi, so we are approving the lawyer contract right now. For the past 3 months, our lawyer fees has been over $30,000. When we did the RFP for our attorney, we were the highest bills were $20,000, and I thought that was ridiculous. Now we're moving to $30,000. At this rate, if we're going to continue what we're doing, we're going to spend over $300,000 on lawyer fees. I think that money should be going towards the children. When I started, our lawyer fees were $4,000 to $5,000 a month. And now we're at $30,000 a month. I don't know what's causing it, but it seems something is awry because we increased by 20%. We did an RFP to save money, and instead of saving money, we've been increasing every single time. So I think the board needs to go for another RFP or do something else because at this rate, it's over $300,000. If you continue, it'll be $360,000 for lawyer fees. And that's not including special education. That just is regular education. So I'm asking the board to either do an RFP or we need to have some parameters when the lawyer can be used because it's getting out of hand. That $30,000, that $10,000 extra is going away from the children. So I also don't understand the 12QQ, the medical inspector made, we're approving the medical director. They made multiple mistakes on standing orders. We have not fixed them over the past. So my question is, why are we approving this contract? Another question I had is, the Strauss Esme, it says 9 extra online users at $95 each. Can somebody explain to me what's the 9 extra online users? Maybe Mr. Cruz can, if possible. And then will the Strauss Esme contract be included once we approve it?
The Strauss Esme 9 users is us.
Is there a way we can remove it? Because I don't
Which
use
means
it.
that the trustees will no longer have access, and you were one of the trustees that asked for that access.
I have access, but I have no idea how to use it or even what. It's a waste. Most of us are not logging in. $95 could be going, again, towards the children. Maybe we can have 2 or 3 licenses and the rest of them we don't need, because I don't understand the point of it, to be honest. I've been here 6 years. I've never been told, explained to me. I only got my password last year, and we've been paying for the past 6 years. So I'm not really sure what's the point of it.
Mr. Santana,
Comments on this item, 13.
on 13.
Okay, to respond to what Ms. Favelevic said, that's reasonable. If we don't use it, why pay for it? That money could go into the children. I've been a board member for 5 years, and I do not recall ever entering on that website. So maybe the newer board members are utilizing it every week, and the veteran board members were just not using it. But I don't think this is the appropriate time to discuss it. Look, the legal bills, they're going for bid for, I'm not gonna talk about that, but I am gonna say that I did say that we need a mechanism to track who's using the board attorney, how many times they're using it, like a tally, right? Like a tally, like this employee is using the board attorney this many times, this employee is using the board attorney this many times, the board president is using the board attorney this many times, and why not? The board president is using the board attorney this many times because of the request or the need, because of this board member. That way, we hold ourselves accountable, because regardless if you're not a homeowner, if you're a homeowner or not on this board, we have a fiduciary duty to ensure that the taxpayers' money is being spent responsibly. And when we increase the taxes 6% annually to the average assessed value homeowner, every dollar counts. We have a fine attorney, but we got to keep track of the money by keeping track of who's using the board attorney and who's misusing it, because it is not a personal attorney. We cannot have anyone using the board attorney nonstop. I'm not saying that's happening, but we need a mechanism to track and keep control of the money, because the dollars don't grow on tree. And I will ask the board, the entire board, why aren't we going to bid for all these professionals every year to see if we can save money to the taxpayers? There's people who are choosing between eating, paying their mortgage, or buying prescription drugs. I know a lot of neighbors who cannot afford to buy groceries. So if we can save a buck here and there, let's save it. But again, this is not the time to do it. We should have an ad hoc, Ms. Mahan. But I'll ask you respectfully to create an ad hoc committee, okay, to do what we need to do to find some savings. Not for the administration to find it for us to find it for the taxpayers, okay? Because
Be out of our purview as a board. However, if you would like to do that, you can send me a formal written request.
yes, I just requested now, but I will send it to you by email. Thank you.
Ms. Kasoy.
Thank you. Just really quickly, on item H, the affirmative action officer, is that something that is required by the state? I'm just I'm just very mindful, because there's been a lot of language passed down about being mindful of DEI and things that could.
You have to have.
Okay, I just wanted to check if that was a state requirement. Thank you very much.
It's under Title IX. It's a federal law for investigations, you have to have one.
As long as that's the title, because I know sometimes
Yeah.
if you're
No, it
called
is.
something, one thing versus another, I just wanted to make sure that that was consistent with what the state asks for us to do. Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
I just want a point of clarification. We all have access to Strauss Esme, which is where all of our policies lie, and that's our one job as board members, correct? So we all should have access to Strauss Esme so we can do our job.
I use mine often.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Roll call.
Ms. Brown, this is
Yes.
approving 13A to 13RR.
Yes.
Mr. Leah,
Yes.
Ms. Fajvelovich,
No on B, I as in igloo, O as in octopus, Q as in quilt, S as in Sam, L, M, Q, Q, R, R. Do you want me to repeat it?
Nope. Got it. Ms. Koroliva,
No on O, P, and Q, and I'm abstaining from R to SS, yes on everything else.
Ms. Kasoy,
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Santana,
For reasons I stated, yes on everything, but abstain on P, Q, R, S, T, double A.
Slow down, Mr. Santana.
Okay. Okay. Yes on everything. Abstain on P as in Paul. Q as in
Queens.
Quest. R as in red. S as in Sam. T as in Thomas. Double L.
Can you guys stop talking?
Double L. Llama. And double M.
Okay. Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
motion carries.
14A and B.
Motion.
So moved.
So 14B, the nepotism policy, last month I've tried to do it, now I'm doing it again because, so the nepotism policy says board members' children and superintendent's children or whoever relatives can work in the district as substitute. I would like us to say that they cannot. I've been asking for that. There's two options on stress assessment. It's a determination of that. So instead of saying they can, we will say they cannot. That's my motion.
Anybody, did we get a second?
Second.
So I'm just going to put it out there. This has already been clearly stated by our board attorney in conjunction with our superintendent that we do not have enough staffing. And this is put as a provision, should we not have enough staff. It is specific to camp. Our board attorney is recommending that we leave this policy draft as is and vote it into practice.
And it's very typical. The substitute, this is a very typical policy. It's the only exception to nepotism.
Go ahead, Michael.
I have to say that we are going to penalize kids because their parents are on the Board of Education from working a summer camp job. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Anyone else?
Motion.
You're making another motion?
Oh,
I have comment.
wait.
Comment.
Oh, that's comment, sorry. Yes.
Comment. While I agree with that children of board members should not be penalized, nepotism is nepotism, okay? And we already have community members commenting that there's a perception of politics in the board, right? So I don't want the appearance that we are benefiting our own family to get jobs in the district. And if a child, if a member of our family gets hired in the district, that's a benefit to us. So from an ethics standpoint, I feel uncomfortable doing that because I think we should serve the community, not serve ourselves. And there's already a perception that there's influence that should not be influencing us. So I think it's in the best interest of the board. I understand what the board attorney stated, but I think we have to think, what if you were not on the board, right? And what guarantee do I have that my neighbor's child is gonna get hired for the summer camp versus the child of Miss Powerful board member who, you know, gets along with the superintendent, for example, right? So
My
if,
kids go to sleepaway camp. They're never going to work at day camp here. There you go.
I wasn't referring to you.
My children, they go to sleepaway camp. Why? Because I'm rich.
That's fine. So what I'm trying to say is,
How is that relevant?
excuse me, I still reclaiming my time. So if we have a mechanism to ensure that there's no extra opportunity or influence for that child's board member to get hired in that summer camp versus someone who doesn't have that connection, then yes, I will vote yes on the policy. But right now, there's nothing that says otherwise. So I'm for the little guy. So I'm gonna support removing board members, putting money in their pocket with the district's taxpayers' money.
I have a question. Point of clarification.
Did you have something to say?
Call the question.
Point of clarification.
Roll call.
So this motion is actually to remove the policy on nepotism. Ms. Brown?
Huh?
This is to remove the policy, you're saying?
No, it's for board members to revise
To
the policy.
revise. Okay, so this is a motion to revise the policy.
For board members, children,
No.
and relatives.
Mr. Ilea?
No.
Ms. Faivelovich?
Yes.
Ms. Koroliva?
Yes.
Ms. Kasoy?
Just to be clear, I also do not have any children who work for the board or work for camps, but no, thank you.
Mr. Rosenberg?
No.
Mr. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Mahan?
No.
Motion?
Second.
Roll call. I'm done. Roll call.
But you
We
told
are-
me to wait until policies that I could make this motion.
Oh, my goodness. This is ridiculous. You know what? Go ahead.
Wait, no, but if you're that frustrated, then that's not
That
democracy,
it's-
then.
You're
I'm
using,
not-
you're
10:49,
using
there
that,
have been
you're
1,
using
2,
vulgarity.
3, 4, 5, 6
But
motions
you
tonight.
told me that
And
I
correct
could
me if
not
I'm
go
wrong,
into-
Ms. Morales, there were 17 motions made in the last 3 months? 19, thank you.
Why are we
Go
addressing the
ahead.
members of the public?
And why are you using vulgarity?
Go ahead.
I don't know what is
Please
occurring.
make your motion.
I thought we were supposed to be role models for our students. Using vulgarity when we're upset is not
I
appropriate.
didn't use vulgarity.
You just used it. I just saw you.
Well, it's on video, so lucky us. You're wrong.
One of your members taking the Lord's name in vain either. So if you're going to be talking about being role models for kids, you should.
We're really going to talk about how we are speaking. So I was told to wait until policy to make a motion on something that is in the minutes.
Make your motion.
Correct?
Make your motion.
Okay. I would like to move to amend policy, board policy 2431, athletic competition, and board policy 9270. I would like to amend it since we don't have an actual policy. We have policy as a whole. We don't have policy committees. So this has to be discussed because I feel that we're not including our children who are homeschooled. Policy number 9270 and policy number 2431. These are not on here because I was told to make it. This was related to the minutes from April 30th. So I would like to see if we could have a comparison of policy used by other New Jersey school districts that allowed homeschool and online students participation in interscholastic athletics.
Can you slow down?
Review of NJ, pardon me?
We need to write it down.
Okay.
So can you slow down, please?
Yes, I may. Okay. A comparison of policies, a comparison of policies used by other New Jersey school districts that allow homeschool and online students' participation in interscholastic athletics, review of NJSIAA interscholastic eligibility and transfer requirements, consideration of whether Fair Lawn current policy should be updated to reflect modern educational opinions, including accredited online and homeschool programs, review of possible eligibility requirements, academic standards, residency verification, and participation expectation for such students, and recommendation regarding whether the board should consider amending current policy to allow homeschooled and online enrolled students to participate in interscholastic athletics in lawful, fair, and equitable and consistent manner. These children are living in our community. I think they should be given an
Second.
opportunity.
Second.
And we should look into it because the school model has changed and many parents do opt out to take them out. But since they are taxpayers, they should be allowed to pay in our interscholastic sports.
Second.
Discussion. Discussion. Before I decide if I'm going to support this motion or not, I would like to hear what the superintendent have to say. Is there any harm in allowing a child who is homeschooled, who wants to play sports for Fair Lawn? Is there any harm?
The board has a policy in place. If you make exceptions to the policy, then you have to be prepared to answer to members of the community who want to make exceptions to every single policy. Then you might as well not have a policy. Should you not have a policy that the board established many years ago on this matter, then that means that there is an impact potentially because there would be other student athletes who would not be attending Fair Lawn Public Schools, who would have access to be able to be on a Fair Lawn High School athletic team, thereby making the high school athletics and many of the sports does do cuts, which means that students who are actually not attending the schools would be taking the place of students who are in the school district, and they would be losing their athletic seat on a team. So it does have far-reaching implications. My recommendation is if the board, with any other policy, you've heard me say it before, refer it back to the appropriate committee and analyze it and discuss it in an appropriate setting. The appropriate setting would be Education Committee, which athletics falls underneath.
All right, reclaiming my time. So now that I receive reclaiming my time, now that I receive this information from the board, from the superintendent, I have a better understanding. However, you know, my heart feels for the parents that came here. I think we should try to meet them halfway or help them because you know, we are in a people's business, and we all, no one here is perfect. We have to try to you know, meet the needs of the parents and the community. But I appreciate your response, Dr. Dionisio.
Just want to clarify for everyone that this policy was recently updated in December of 2022. Prior to that, it was updated in 2016. It was originally created in 2006. So it actually was not updated that long ago. That being said, I just want to remind everyone that although this program as a district is a people-based program, we as a board do policy and oversight. We are not customer service. Daily operations belongs to the superintendent of schools, Ms. Brown. I got you next.
Can we then, based on the superintendent's recommendation, can I then make a subsidiary motion to move this policy to the Education Committee?
You can do what you want.
Okay, then I want to do that.
Second.
Roll call.
Roll call for a subsidiary motion to move this to committee for review. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Ulia?
Yes.
Ms. Fajvelovich?
No.
Ms. Koroliva?
No.
Ms. Kasoy?
Yes, I think it absolutely warrants discussion and looking into.
Mr. Rosenberg?
Yeah, I can't make that decision tonight. Yes.
Mr. Santana?
I support the majority's decision. However, I'm with the parents, so I'm voting no. I'm with the parents, but I support whatever the majority decide.
Mrs. Mahan,
Yes.
motion carries.
I voted no, right?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
14A and B.
So moved.
Roll call.
Ms. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Leah,
Yes.
Ms. Fivelovich,
No on both.
Ms. Coroliva,
No on both.
Ms. Kasoy,
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg,
Yeah.
Mr. Santana.
I'm going to vote yes, but for the reasons that I stated about fairness for all, 14B, policy P0142.1, I'm going to have to vote no. No child of a board member should have more privileges than the regular people in the community.
Mrs. Mahan,
Abstain.
motion carries.
We are opening the floor for board member.
Motion. Can I speak?
I didn't acknowledge anyone yet.
Motion.
I hear you.
Okay, as long as you hear me.
Mr. Santana.
I don't have a prepared speech. However, I'm going to speak from the heart. I appreciate listening to the community that came to speak in person. I appreciate listening to the community who send their comments. I want to make sure that people understand we are a nonpartisan board. Everybody's welcome to make their comments. Everybody's welcome to criticize whoever they want. Just remember to come out on a weekday, on a work day, to bash people who volunteer, run for office to volunteer for our children. I just don't understand. I don't understand. If you don't agree with any of us, you have the right to say that. But, you know, to trash board members who don't agree with, who don't vote the same way, that's not really classy. You know, I will commit to try to make my comments shorter, to work with the rest of the board to end the meeting earlier, because I'm listening to the community. But listening is a two-way street, right? I would like the community to understand, as the only person of color on this board, I don't think it's right for anyone to try to silence me. I was elected like everyone else. I have been treated unkind, and I just want to say, the former president of our country said, you cannot love your neighbors just when they agree with you. You cannot love your country just when you win. So I love all the neighbors that came here to bash, criticize, to state their opinion. You have the right to do that, okay? Because tomorrow we have to see each other at the supermarket, okay? So you have your right, express your right. But you know, it would be lovely if community members also came here to advocate for increasing student achievement for all students, okay? Increasing diversity in our schools. Almost 50% of our faculty, almost 50% of our students are minorities, yet 90% of our staff, according to the New Jersey report, is white, even though almost 50% of our student population is non-white. So increasing diversity, increasing the scores for the English language learners, increasing the scores for math. Why don't we advocate for that? Why don't we advocate for increasing student achievement? To take out a day from your busy schedule because you don't agree with what people have to say. Wow. Why don't we work together as a community to decrease bullying and increase kindness? Thank you.
Ms. Brown.
I asked.
Tonight, I would like to take a moment to recognize our board president, Julie Mahan, on an incredible achievement. She earned her master board member certification through the New Jersey School Boards Association. This distinction is not something that happens overnight. It represents years of dedication, countless hours of training, professional development, and a deep commitment to public education and effective board governance. Achieving the Master Board Member certification requires a tremendous investment of time and energy, all while continuing to serve our students, staff, families, and community. What makes this accomplishment even more special is that Julie is the first board member since Jean Banta to receive this prestigious certification. That alone speaks volumes about the level of commitment and perseverance required to achieve it. Julie, thank you for your time, leadership, and dedication you continuously give to our board and to our entire school district. Your passion for education and your willingness to go above and beyond do not go unnoticed. It is truly an honor to serve alongside you, and we are incredibly fortunate to have your leadership guiding our board. I just wanted to take this moment to congratulate our president and my friend, Julie Mahan, on this well-deserved accomplishment. And I had flowers, but my cats ate them. I'm sorry.
Ms. Korleva.
First and foremost, I would like to recognize our amazing students and the concert. I had the opportunity to go to a TJ concert and a high school concert, and what an amazing children we have. The high school performances was out of this world. I had my family there. My son thought he was in the most amazing thing. He was so impressed, and the dedication of these children, I just want to make sure that I recognize. I did not get a chance to go to the other one, but I heard it was amazing, so I just want to make sure they are recognized. And there is on the 30th, I believe, the 30th, there's a huge thing going on as well with them, so our kids are awesome in their music endeavors. I also want to make a statement. So, good evening. I want to take a moment to address concerns I have regarding governance, culture, and overall climate surrounding the board operations. A Board of Education should function as a nonpartisan body focused on students, education, transparency, and service to community. Healthy disagreements, independent thoughts, and asking difficult questions are all normal and necessary part of governance. Disagreements alone should not be viewed as hostility or disloyalty. At times, I have personally felt that differing viewpoints raised by certain trustees are not always received or addressed consistently. I believe it is important that all trustees, regardless of perspective or voting alignments, feel equally respected and heard. I was also concerned by the tone of portion of the April 30th meetings, where independent trustees were referenced directly during public comments in a manner that felt highly personal rather than focused on governance issues or district operations. Public participation and free speech are critically important. At the same time, I believe all of us, board members, administrators, and members of the public alike, share a responsibility to maintain a respectful and constructive environment focused on students and the work of the districts. I don't believe any of us ran for this position to be popular or to agree with every single thing. I personally ran because I care deeply about education, accountability, transparency, and ensuring that children have a safe and supportive environment in which to learn and grow. I will continue fulfilling my responsibilities professionally and asking questions when necessary and advocating for respectful, transparent, and consistent governance practice. Thank you so much.
Ms. Belavid.
So I like to make a motion. I guess I messed up the last time. For the Fairlawn Summer Learning Academy, for the Personal Finance Literacy course, So if you're repeating a course, you're paying $200, and for free reduced students, you get paid $25. But if you want a new credit, last year, I don't know how much, it's not on the agenda this year, it's $300 for the credit for the person. I would like to reduce it so that it will be equal to the students that are taking the summer school, which is the $200. And then if they're free or reduced students, then they would pay the $25. Exactly the same as so there's equity for everyone. Thank you.
Second.
Discussion.
Isn't this not allowed? We've already voted on it.
Point of order.
and You can't,
Okay.
yeah, you can't change anything that was already voted on for a year, isn't that?
But we didn't vote for the personal finance. We didn't vote for the personal finance.
We did, we voted
It's
8E.
not a discussion, it's Ms. Brown's turn.
We only voted for.
Aren't we, once we vote on something, we can't reopen it and re-vote on it for another year? Or at least, I'm not sure about the time frame.
But we didn't vote on it. But we didn't vote on this part.
Right now, it's Ms. Brown's turn. So if we could just let Ms. Brown.
You did vote on the summer academy
Eight-
under
8E.
The the $300 is not. It's the $300 is not that.
Time, so we're gonna let Ms. Brown ask her question to the board attorney, and then if you'd like to speak again, you are welcome to do so. Ms. Brown, Mr. Giacobbe?
So I can answer Ms. Brown's question. It was voted on, it was passed. You can't revisit it.
If you, Mr. Jacoby, can you kindly open 8E? And if you look at 8E, the finance course is not included. So therefore, we have not voted on it. Please kindly open that tab. It's 8E, and you will see that the finance course is not. Personal finance. We hired people for the personal finance course, but we did not vote on the cost of the course. Therefore, we have not voted on it.
So this is completely unrelated to 8E.
It's not. It's still a summer learning academy, but it does not. 8E does not have personal finance. So therefore, we did not vote on it yet. I don't know when we're going to vote on it, but I would like, since it's summer and it's already starting, I would like to make sure that everybody is equitably treated.
Go ahead.
Again, I would encourage you to make a recommendation to bring it to the appropriate committee, because with all enrichment courses, we would be opening up Pandora's box, making an uneducated decision, because there are plenty of students who may take other enrichment courses online, so this would have far-reaching implications. So to make decisions from the dais is irresponsible, and I would recommend that if the board has a decision to make, if you choose to make one, then you could make a recommendation to refer it to the appropriate committee. Which would be? Education.
And well, when will it be? I have topics from Education Committee that I sent in January and still not being discussed.
Ms. Kasoy, I got you.
I just have a couple questions. So, number one, are there students who already have signed up and paid for this course for this summer? That's one question. Another part is, are there other courses similar to PFL that are being offered, that are being charged $300? These are all questions that I feel like need answers to before we can make a decision on one course. So I would love to get more information. If there are students who have, like, what was the deadline to register for this course for this summer? Perhaps we can look at this for next year in advance of, I'm sure this course was already advertised and some have signed up, I would guess, since it's probably starting soon. If some have already paid, would they then have to get refunds? If we can look at this holistically with what we are charging for non-required courses, I think that would be an excellent idea. My son took that course over the summer. We paid that amount. It was a lot. But I think it would definitely be, especially given that there is often the desire for students to take this course because of the 8-period day and they don't have enough time in their schedule. It's the thing that a lot of students do and some didn't do because of the cost. So I definitely think it's worthwhile looking into. I don't feel like we have enough information right now in this moment to make this decision. So I definitely think it's worth it. I don't feel like we have enough time right now to address it before the summer start. Had we looked at it 3 months ago, maybe yes, but right now I feel like no, unless there's other information, Dr. Dancy, that you can give us as if this is a standalone course that costs $300. If it is not, then this is a part of a bigger discussion that I think is appropriate for committee.
I wouldn't be able to answer. Those are all relevant questions, and I think that's why it needs to be researched because of the potential far further reaching implications to make an educated decision, informed decision.
Mr. Santana?
I think we heard some important facts. It's a lot of money. It's 300. Ability to pay. How many people are taking it? Equity. And let's face it, we have an affordability crisis in our country right now. To fill up a gas tank costs almost $100 a week if you drive a big car. So the intent of what Ms. Favelevic is trying to do is spot on. But we do have to have the discussion in the proper time and place. So we should move this to a committee.
Ms. Brown?
These summer learning academy courses, are they only, we only offer the courses that you need in order to graduate? Is that correct? Or you just offer everything? And then I want to make a subsidiary motion to move this to the Education Committee in order for us to discuss it further, because I agree that we can, thank you. I agree that we can maybe look into saving the community some money, but I need more information.
Roll call.
Ms. Brown, subsidiary motion to table this for.
I raised my hand. Can we discuss the subsidiary?
Yes.
motion?
Mr. Ilya,
Yes.
Ms. Favelevic,
No.
Ms. Koroliva,
No.
Ms. Kasoy,
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg.
Wait,
To move it to Education Committee?
Yes.
No to-
sorry.
Mr. Santana.
I'm gonna vote. This cannot take too long to get to the committee to actually be
I
discussed.
already sent an email.
Yes.
Mrs. Mahan.
I'm abstaining.
Motion carries.
Done. Anyone else? Okay, floor is closed. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I have to say a couple things, especially with all the back and forth and with everything that has gone on tonight. You know, I left the board for a reason last year, and then I decided to come back because, mainly because Mr. Baldowski moved on to the council, and I'm not enjoying myself whatsoever. I have to say a couple things. First of all, the board by its nature is a political body. What it's not allowed is partisanship. I don't belong to a political party. I don't agree with half of what the Republicans say. I don't agree with half of what the Democrats say. Even if I did, it has nothing to do with my role on the Board of Education. Whatever the member of the public that keeps trying to put my name into some guy, I don't even know that guy. No one pays me any money to get elected to this board, and I don't care. The way you get my vote is if I agree with what you have to say. I don't, mostly with very limited exceptions, I don't vote yes to a motion that's made from the floor because, just like was just said, we need to research it. There's always ramifications. Everything we do has ramifications, some negative. And Thank God for Dr. Dionisio for reminding us of some of the ramifications of what we do. Because you can't take it back. Once you do it, you can't take it back. I was to many, many things this past week, and I apologize to Mrs. Edson for not attending the PTA Council dinner. I actually paid for it. I actually forgot about it, and my granddaughter had a basketball game, and my grandchildren usually come first, except today in the state game. I went to a parade. I went to Tanglewood. I would go to Westapalooza, except I'm going to be away. I've gone to a bunch of athletic events. I've gone to stuff at Fairlawn High School. I intend to go to the music festival this weekend at Fairlawn High School. By the way, there's a music festival this weekend at Fairlawn High School. I went to the carnival. I'm sorry I didn't. This is the first year I didn't volunteer. Watched the Bop Tones there. I know every one of our buildings. I know where they're at. I know the problems in the building. I know the negatives and positives of every one of our buildings. How many of you could say that? So I apologize to the public that has to sit through these meetings. I really felt bad because there was a kid here last month till the end of the meeting at 1 o'clock. So we have to remember what we're here for, and more importantly, very few districts have this problem. And by the way, our increase was 3.25 to the taxpayer, 3.25. So, and we didn't lose any teachers. Every other district, including Ridgewood, lost teachers. So we need to figure out how to make this work. And don't say that you need kindness when you're not being kind. And don't always say that there's a racial problem. There isn't a racial problem on this board. Maybe it's perceived, but it's not there. I'm certainly not racist. So I'm getting tired of it. I'm thinking of filing ethics charges myself on people at this point. So, thank you.
Ms. Ivalovich.
So last year I was a chair of the Safe Route to School Committee, and I attended all these meetings with the council. And every single time I did that, I would send the minutes, I would say it, and I haven't heard it this year at all. It's been 6 months, or almost 6 months, and there hasn't been one single update that has been provided.
Can I give you an answer? Will you link us? No, will you link us the floor so I could give you an answer?
Sure.
My fault. I've been to everyone that there's been. Hasn't been a whole lot that has to do with the schools, but what happened was the meetings have been going so long that I'm sorry.
We can also clarify that that's not a chair position, that's a liaison. Doesn't.
I will, you know what,
technically does
I
not-
will, by next week, I will send out minutes.
Mr. Santana.
I just want to say that we as a community, we have to fight anti-Semitism. There is no place for hate in our schools. When I heard the community member speak about anti-Semitism and how he felt, the first thing that came to my mind is, you know, I'm not the only one in the community that feels there's hate out there. And there's a lot of people who keep saying there is nothing going on. There is no hate, there's no racism going on in Fair Lawn, there's no anti-Semitism going on. People keep saying this, and that's a lie. Because we have community members stating so. We have had many reports of many things. And as the only person of color on this board, I'm going to tell you that we need to be more inclusive. And if we want to say that we are inclusive just because we check boxes, that doesn't mean inclusive. Inclusive means allowing people to speak without fear, without harassment, and without intimidation. I want to say it's almost the end of the year, and a lot of our students are getting ready for finals. A lot of students are stressed. I just want to say that I'm very proud of all students. I'm very proud of the support parents are providing. Parents are the first teachers. I think if we spend more time, you know, I'm very disappointed that we did not include student achievement in the agenda as I proposed. I think we need to spend more time as a board recognizing our students, because the council is getting in our lane, recognizing teachers and students. We need to recognize students and teachers in every meeting, not just having the 3 representatives speak, but us recognizing them. Because when we put the students first, then we put the ego last, okay? We have to make decisions based on what if we were not on the board? How would you like things to be? I don't want people thinking that any political party, Republican or Democrat, controls this board. I don't want that perception. That's a bad perception. And when we had Mr. Banta as board president, Mr. Banta always made sure that we did not have any political influence on the board. I'm not saying that's happening now with the current board president, but I'm saying the community. What I'm saying is the community. We want the community to help us increase student achievement, help us make sure that our children, our middle school kids, are not driving their bikes in the middle of the road. Help us fight hate. Help us increase kindness. Help us accept the fact that people have different views, and you don't have to take a Tuesday out of your workday to come and bash people that volunteer their time for you.
Floor is closed. Our next meeting will be June 18th, 2026, which is a special public, not a public meeting. It is a special executive board meeting at Thomas Edison School, the Eugene M. Banta Public Meeting Room, room 19. June 25th is our regular monthly meeting at 7:30 p.m. in room 19, Eugene M. Banta Public Meeting Room in Edison School. July 30th is our regular monthly meeting for July at 7:30 p.m. in Edison School, Eugene M. Banta Public Meeting Room, room 19. And then on August 27th, 2026, the regular monthly meeting, 7:30 p.m., Edison School, Eugene M. Banta Public Meeting Room, room 19. We will be motioning into executive. No action will be taken. It is 11:24. Can I get a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a good night.
You can stay here, right?
We can just close the doors.
We'll
Right?
stay here, right? We can stay here. Yeah.
What?
We're gonna stay here.
June meeting? June?